Hello, everyone. Good morning. Happy New Year. Hi, Juliet. Happy New Year.
Good morning, Aziz. Happy New Year.
Good morning.
Wavy.
Yeah, I was trying to. So, Kwebi, that's how you say your name?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Happy New Year. How's
Yeah,
everything?
yeah, that everything is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mr. Henry. Happy New Year, Mr. Emmanuel. Mr. Abel, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ike. Chinoya, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Ismail. Hope you guys had a good Christmas and New Year. It's the third. Let's get back to business. Right. Yeah, I understand. Like, I didn't want to take today off. I know today is still kind of like in the same week of the new year, but then that would put us at what, 3 weeks we've been off? About 3 weeks, right? So I didn't want to just have us off for like 3 weeks. And it's the New Year's already, so it's just good to just get started. Thanks, Juliet. I did. It was very relaxing. Didn't really do much, just was home. I did recording though. So for all the projects we've been doing, I started recording them to be in like a shorter format. So instead of having 5 hour video, it would be kind of like how it is set up on my site, which is I already completed project one and it's very good. So I have like illustration and all that stuff on it. So I'm making it really, really good. So yeah, it will be maybe instead of 5 hour, it'll just be 1 hour, and each video is broken down. So like so far, the ones that have been recorded, an average video is like 2 minutes to 4 minutes long. So it's just very straight to the point. So that's what I spend pretty much my break doing. And I'm planning to do all the projects again. Currently working on project 2 now. I'm almost done with that one. Then I'll move on to project 3. So my goal is to have it done hopefully by March or April. Have everything done and updated. So that way, once we finish the class, if you guys still need to reference all those videos and stuff like that, you can always refer to those ones. Okay. All right. I think this is everyone. So let's just start. So I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second. Let me. Finally, I can finally do Windows capture. Just give me a second, guys. Trying to.
Aziz,
Yes, sir.
can I ask you two questions before you start, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Whenever we are trying to give our EC2, ECS or Kubernetes access to our environment, like CIDR, CIDR block, our CIDR block.
Mm-hmm.
So when we go into the security group, then we the inbound rule with they did the inbound rule, then we copy the security my IP.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm finding it like the IP we are copying is different from the IP we assign to our VPC. You know, probably maybe we assign 10.10. Whatever to our VPC. But when we are copying the IP from our IP, is different from the IP we assign to it. Why is it like that? I don't know if you.
So I'm sorry. So you said that you're referring to the EC2 instance,
No.
right?
For
Okay.
instance, when we are creating a EKS, we wanted to give the pod or the instance access to our environment. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you go into the VPC, then
Mm-hmm.
edit the VPC, then you try to copy the inbound IP, my IP.
Yeah.
Then the IP that we are copying is different from the IP that we assign to our personal VPC.
Mm-hmm.
So why?
For you talking about for the EKS project.
Yeah, any of the
When
project. Yeah. For the EKS project or ECS.
all right. So for the only one where we add the IP in the EKS is because we once we have our create our cluster and all that stuff, then we have to run those commands to deploy our manifest file to the cluster, right?
Yeah.
Right? You understand that part? Once we create that, I'm talking about EKS now. After we create the EKS cluster, at the end, we have those three files, the manifest files, the deployment file, the service file, and which one was the other one? Uh, the service file and the provider file, right? That we have to deploy to the cluster.
Yeah.
That command, you are running that command from your computer. So by adding the IP we added to the EKS cluster is allowing us to be able to run the command from our own computer, because that is you're running that command from your own IP address, not your VPC's IP address. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So that's why for the EKS, that's why we had to add our IP. It's just who can SSH, just like the EC2. When we SSH into our EC2 instance, you are running your SSH, which is you are remotely connecting to it. You are running that command from your IP at where you are currently located, not from your VPC. So that's why it always has to be the IP of where you are. And that only relates to when you are connecting to something. You understand? Because you are remotely connecting to it. So if I understand clearly, I think that's what you are referring to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just think of it like this. When we access something via the web, we are just accessing it. So you are accessing it just like the same way you will access Google, your Amazon account, whatever account you have, your bank account, right? That you are accessing it as an end user. But when you are remotely connecting to something to do some admin work on it, whether you are running some command to install something, remove something, now you are doing administration work. So that you have to have specific permission from the current IP you are on to be able to remote into whatever you are trying to remote into. So that's how you look at it. Are you accessing it as an end user or are you accessing it as an admin? If you're accessing it as an admin, then you would have to allow your IP address.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that is our computer IP, not the configuration, not the IP we configure on our system.
So, you guys know for the longest time, I used to think that is our computer's IP, but it is actually the IP of your Wi-Fi. And I'm not necessarily sure whether it's the IP of the Wi-Fi or your modem, but it is the IP is coming from your Wi-Fi, not your computer itself.
Okay.
Because the reason why I said that is if you take that same laptop and go into a different area and connect to another Wi-Fi, the IP would be different. Yeah, so the IP is coming from your or your Wi-Fi at home. So it could be the modem, it could be the Wi-Fi itself. That I'm not sure, but it's the Wi-Fi part that is provided, not the computer itself.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Then another thing, the deployment the DevOps quick reference.md file. Do you have it separate for EKS and ECS project? Project 4?
The reference file.
The deployment file. Sorry, the DevOps quick reference.
You mean
do you
the
have
reference?
it separate? Yes.
Reference architecture?
No, not the architecture. You see the file you open on the system right now. The last one, the second to the last one.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. Do you have it
No.
separate on for this?
No, it's the same file. So this file is all the commands we've run throughout this project. I'm just compiling it for you guys. So in case if you need to access it, you can access it, right? So this DevOps quick reference file is not specific to any project. It's just a command that has a list of all the commands we've run.
Okay.
Like it has the git commands, it has the SSH command, it has the Docker build, Docker push, how to give how to make a file executable. So it just has all the commands we've run so far in all the projects.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if you guys want access to it, I can send it to you guys again. So
no, I have it, but I was thinking you segregated them. Maybe
No.
for the first project has its own, second project has its own, third project. So I was thinking maybe I didn't get that particular one on my project.
Okay.
So
Okay, yeah. So I was segregating it in the beginning, but I just realized I don't want you guys to have quick reference file for like 5 or 8 of them. So it just makes sense. And this is how it's going to be at work. Once you start work, there will be a list of commands you run on a daily basis that maybe it's like things you need to remember, right? So what you will do is you will have like a note, kind of like how think of this quick reference file as a note. So at work, I have a note file just like this where I have a list of all the commands that I always run there. So that's why if you look in my project, so my Docker is here, my EKS is here, my Terraform is here, and I just have the DevOps quick reference file here. So you can just drop it in your repository at the bottom of it here. So that way you can have quick access to it. And if there's any commands you want, you can see. So this is the raw format, but if you want to see it in preview, just click on this in Visual Studio Code. So you'll be able to see it in the clean version of it. So after you open the preview, you can close this one and you can see the preview, which makes it a little bit much cleaner.
thank you.
So just trying to show you guys different ways to organize yourself, especially when you start working. All these little things we are doing, these are things that I actually do at work. There's no project I work on. I always have one file like this that has a bunch of commands of things that I've done. So in case if I need to do them again, I remember. All right, cool. Jack, good morning. Happy New Year. Display on YouTube is not sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't share it that time. Can you guys see my display now? On YouTube, you guys can see my display, right? Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Let's start. So I think we'll be done with this project today. Not even think we'll be done with this project today, and I would probably also have time to show you guys the Terraform module part. So we'll create this project, and I'll show you guys in a quick way how you can turn it into Terraform module. We'll do like a quick introduction to it. Then next week we'll do another Terraform module. But with the one next week, here we are doing EC2. With the one next week, I think I want to do the ECS one. So that way you guys would be deploying the EC2 project, and you also be deploying the ECS project. If we have enough time, we might do the Kubernetes one, but that don't hold me to it because we still have some stuff to cover. I want to cover the Terraform module, then we'll cover after the Terraform module, really we only have two projects. We have the CI/CD pipeline, and at the end we can do Ansible. Just for the fun of it, we'll do Ansible at the end. So really after this Terraform module, we only have really one project, well, two.
What
The
about Python?
Oh yeah, Python too. We'll see at the end, maybe we'll do one project on Python too. So yeah, maybe if you guys, yeah, we'll do that. But the main important one is like the CI/CD. And yeah, we'll do the Python one at the end. So maybe yeah, we do have three projects to go. Anyway, let's get started. So last time we met, we are here. So how you know where we are is on the EC2. So that's the last thing we deployed, the EC2, right? Which was our data migrate, which migrated our data into the RDS instance. So we created this data migrate server, which migrated all of our data into the RDS instance, right? So the next thing we are going to do today, we're just going to continue, is the next one we need to create is the certificate manager. So with the certificate manager, you remember, you guys know we request our certificate from certificate manager. So with that, this would automatically just do the request for that certificate for us. And one thing I also want you guys to know is that if you've already requested a certificate for certificate manager that is still in your account now, you can leave it there. When you use Terraform to request another one, AWS will just create another one that was requested by your Terraform code, but it won't affect the one you already have in your account. So the one you manually request can still stay there, and you can still request another one. So it won't hurt anything. So don't feel like you have to delete that one. The only thing that would affect, but when we get there, we'll talk about it, is your Route 53. If you have a record set in there, you have to delete that record set because we'll be using Terraform to create it. Not your hosted zone. Don't delete your hosted zone. Just the A record we created in Route 53. That's the one you have to delete. But I'll show you guys once we get there. All right, so we are going to open our reference file, and in our reference file, there is a file in there called ACM, this file. So remember what I said in you guys project, if you right click on your next app project, you can create a new file. Call the file acm.tf, or you can just take the reference file that I'm providing and just take it and drag it and drop it into that same your Terraform project. Right, so once you drop it in there, you'll see it here, right? So this is the file for the certificate manager. Before we also start, the other thing we have to do is it does have a variable. So in our variable file, let's scroll down here and we'll press enter twice. Then in our variables file, in the reference file I gave you, you can open the variables file here. So once you open it, just scroll down. I arranged them in the same order. So here you just want to, you see after the EC2, we already did the EC2. After the EC2, we have the ACM. So it only has two variables. So copy this, and I'll close this for now. And here you can paste it here. So once you paste it, we just need to add the type of variable it would be. So this variable is one is for our domain name, and the other one is for alternative names. And this is how we request our SSL certificate. Remember when we request our SSL certificate, we have to put our domain name, then the other one for the subdomain name. That's what these are doing. So primary domain name, what type of value would it expect? Here, it would be a string. So just like what we've covered before, you type a string in there. And for the alternative name, what type of variable will it expect? A string. So that's all we need to do there. Remember what I said, when you guys are creating a variable, you can have a variable like this. You can have a variable like this, and it will still work. You don't have to put anything in the variable. And at some companies, you will see them, they'll just do their variables like this. They won't put the details. But what we are doing here is like we are putting a little bit detail in the variable. And by putting the type, you are also restricting the user to only putting, you are saying the user can only put a string as the value. Okay, increase the font. Let me. Is this better? It's just like when I do it like this, it makes it a little bit bigger. I mean, if you guys are fine with this, I can roll with this one. All right. So that's what we have to do for the variable. So once you have the variable, we are going to go to our ACM file. And here, we will just start adding our values, right? So the first resource here is going to request the certificate for you, right? Remember, this is the resource type that Terraform provides if you want to request an SSL certificate. And this is the reference name you are giving it. For me, the idea I always use is whatever the resource type I'm trying to request is, I'll just put the same name here without the AWS. You can't put the AWS because that's how you know which cloud. So you guys just look at the code, you get the logic, right? So the reference name is what you create. You are calling this resource block ACM certificate. So that way, if you need to reference it somewhere, you'll be referencing it by the name you give it. And what we are doing here is this, right? So if you go to ACM, Certificate Manager, and request a certificate, a public certificate. So you can see here, you have to enter a domain name. So let's say I enter my domain name. And well, that's not correct. So let me just enter something that's correct. Let me just enter this. Then you have to request, once you enter your domain name, you have to request another one. And with that one, that's for our subdomain name. That's where we put the star period, right? Then validation method. After that, there's validation method and the type of key algorithm you want to use. It is the same exact thing you are seeing here. It's the same exact thing you are seeing here. You can see domain name, subdomain name. If I move it side by side, domain name, right? The extra domain name, right? Validation method here. And this lifecycle is just what an additional thing we add for Terraform. We are saying, create this before you create other stuff, right? So that's what this means. So basically what I'm trying to say is like, anytime you guys are creating any resource, you don't understand how to create that resource, right? In Terraform, first go and try to create it in the management console. And whatever you see there, that's what you go look for the argument in Terraform. It's really that simple. It's tedious. The first time you do it, meaning that the first time you work on Terraform, it might take time, but eventually you just have a flow of how you create resource with Terraform. So that's really how you, right? So for the domain name here, we are going to enter the value, right? So let me just do this side by side here. Remember, for the domain name, we create a variable for it. So for the value, we are just going to type var dot domain name. And for the alternative name, it is going to be the same thing. We create a variable for it. So we're just going to type var dot alternative, we call it alternative names. It's this one here. Let me make sure, because I don't know why that is showing in red, but let me just copy the actual name here and paste it here. Okay, it'll probably be clear later on, it's just still. Then the validation method, right? For the validation method, we are using DNS. So here, you're just going to, in double quotes, you're going to type DNS in all caps. Then for the life cycle, this is saying that we're just saying that this, whenever we are running an update, we want to create a new certificate before we delete the old one. So that's what this life cycle is doing. So for that one, you just put true. And usually how you will know whether this life cycle is not important, it doesn't come with the real resource. Maybe it does when I copied it from Terraform. But sometimes when you are running an update, if you run into an issue, that's when you will know whether you need a life cycle or not. But it's not something you have to really, really try to remember. It's just, you will know when you need it when you run into the issue. So that's all we need to do with our certificate. So this will request a certificate for us. Then remember that we have to validate that this certificate belongs to us. And how we validate it is when we click that validation method, it would create a record in our Route 53 hosted zone. That is what this next one would do, right? So since we already have a Route 53 hosted zone, which is where when we registered our domain name, it gave us the Route 53 hosted zone. It exists already. So this information here is getting the information for that hosted zone. Remember what I said, the data source, you can use it to pull information on a resource that already exists. So the Route 53 already exists in our AWS account. So this data source will pull the information of that Route 53 hosted zone. We will now use it to validate our DNS, our certificate here. So here for the name, we just need to put the name of our hosted zone, right? The same name of our hosted zone is the same as the domain name. So here we just type var domain name. And is it a private zone? It is not. So here we are going to type false. So this will pull the information on our Route 53 hosted zone. Then the next part here is validating the DNS record. So when you copy this from Terraform documentation, it comes like this, right? They already kind of like even create everything for you. So you really don't have to like do too much, right? So this part, it comes there. So what it's doing is it's just creating the A record for all the record name you have here, or any record name you add. It is creating a record for them in your Route 53 hosted zone. So that's what this is. So whatever comes from Terraform documentation, just leave it as that, right? So the only thing here is, let me make sure this is, and I can close this variable. I'm going to save this variable. Let me save this variable file and close it. So yeah, so here, you really don't need to change anything here. So this comes, whatever Terraform has, just leave it as that, right? Then under this allow overwrite, really, I'm not even supposed to even change anything here because this always comes standard with Terraform. So allow overwrite, for that one, you can type true. For the name, that one too, I shouldn't have just removed it. You can just type each dot value dot name. And like I said, I can show you guys in the, excuse me. I can show you guys in the documentation once we are done where this comes standard there. So for the record, it will be like this. So you have a bracket and it will be each value, each dot value dot record. And TTL, that's like the time to live is 60. So all this thing, I shouldn't have changed. I should have just given you guys this file standard. And the type is going to be each value type. So each dot value dot type. And the zone ID, that's the only thing you need to add, right? Because remember our zone ID. So we want to create this record in which zone. We are validating that on the certificate, we want to create a record in the zone. Remember, we got the zone here. So here is where you just copy everything. So copy this and paste it here. Sorry, my zoom thing is in the way. Let me zoom up. Then you are going to remove the quote, add a period. Do the same thing here. Remove the quote, add a period. And do the same thing here. Add another period. And the attribute you want to reference is the zone ID. So you type zone underscore ID. That's what the attribute looks like. Then validate ACM certificate. Then here, this is going to just add all the records in your Route 53 hosted zone. And this is what's going to validate it. So here, you want to put the certificate area to validate the certificate. This is the resource type Terraform gives you. This is the reference name you created and certificate ARN. Remember, we requested the certificate up here. So you copy the resource type and the reference name, paste it here. Remove the quotes, add a period, then come to the end, add another period. And that one, you want to type ARN because that's what you are requesting, ARN. That's the attribute. Then the validation method, this one I should have just left it. So again, that one comes from the documentation. It's just, you'll have this and you just type for record in AWS underscore Route 53 underscore record. I'm looking at my notes, so type it so I don't type it wrong. Dot route 3 underscore record. Then space, a colon like that, and another space. Then you want to type record. Record dot FQDN. Yeah, this part I should have left it because there's no reason to, because this comes from the documentation. So really the only thing you need to modify when you copy this is write your proper connecting it to your certificate and also connecting it to your DNS hosted zone. Other than that, everything else stays the same. And I can show you guys this, right? Let's try this certificate, request a certificate. Let's see. I'll copy that, paste it in here, press enter, go to the documentation, right? So you can see here to request a certificate. So you can see referencing domain validation option. So you can see what I was just showing you guys here. And here. So the same thing we're just typing. You guys see? So that's where this comes from. That's where this comes from, right? If I'm gonna do that. I'll move this side by side. You guys can see. Oh, I mean to do that. It went to my other screen. So I'll just drag it here. So you guys can see. That's where that came from. So whatever they have in here, you can see this whole part is from them. The only thing you have to do is just your own Route 53 hosted zone. What they did is they created their hosted zone. We already have ours, so we just use data. That's what we connected here. And for this part, if you copy this resource type, it will also show you that. So that's where that came from. So once you've done that, we're just going to save it. I'm just going to click save and we are done. So does anyone have any question before we move on to the next one? We are pretty much done with the certificate. The only other thing we can do is, before we forget, is we can create the value for it in our TF-VAS file. So remember when you're creating the value, all you have to do is here. And I have in our reference file, there's also that Terraform file. You can see it there. So if you open this and you scroll down to the ACM section, so it's just whatever your variable name is, domain and alternative name. So you can copy those two. And paste it here. So here we are going to enter our domain name as a string. So I'm going to go to the management console. Here I'll go to Route 53. And hosted zone. Domain name. This is the domain name I want to use. So here, I copy this. And that is what goes here. In quotes, in double quotes, paste it there. Then for your alternative domain name, remember it's the same thing. It will be in double quotes. You'll first type star, period, and paste your domain name. So this alternative name is for things like, you guys know when you see, when you go to any website, you can see www. So that is the subdomain name. Whatever comes before the main domain name, or you can see project.amazon.com. So whatever comes before the main domain name, that's the subdomain name. So that is what, when we request a certificate, that's what we are requesting certificate for. And we are done with the ACM. Do you guys have any question? If not, we'll move on to the next one. Okay. The next one we are going to create is the load balancer. So first, let's copy the variables for the load balancer. So in the reference file, there's a variables file here. The next one is the ALB. There's two variables, copy it and add it to your variables file. Then here, let's just update it. The type is going to be a string. So here, it's going to be a string. So our target group here, just type string. And here, we can type string here too as well. So this one is also going to be a string. And I actually have one additional thing here that I want to show you guys. So here is a string. And for the default, type a quote, double quotes like that. And in your double quote, type /. And I'll show you what this means. So this variable just means that when we run this variable, whatever we put in this default, that will always be the value. You can still change it at the time of deploy in your TFVAS file. You can still take this variable name and put whatever you want there, but it just means that when we run it, it will always use this as by default, but you can still override it if you want to. So that's what this default means. Then let's copy our ALB file, which will be in the ALB here. So you can drag it and drop it in here. And this is what we will use to create our load balancer. All right. The first part here in the load balancer, this is the resource type that is creating the load balancer, and this is the reference name that I gave it, right? So for the load balancer, here we'll give it a name. So we can follow the same naming convention we've been using. So let me find a resource that I can, maybe this EIC. Okay, we can use this one. I'll copy this and go back to the ALB. Now paste it here. Right. And here it will be the environment project name. And let's just change this to ALB. ALB. Then internal, right? The internal argument is this going to be internet facing? Is it going to be internal facing? No, because it is going to be internet facing. So this will be false. And if you don't know what all this argument means, if you go, like I said, if you copy this, paste it in Google, it'll take you to the documentation. On that argument section, you'll see all these arguments there, and you can read what they mean if you don't understand it. Let's say you are looking at an argument here and you don't understand what it means. On the load balancer's type, it is going to be application, because it is an application load balancer. So here we'll type application. So when you type the application, make sure it is in double quotes. Security groups, right? Which security group do we want to use? So first we'll type our brackets. Remember, every time you guys see something with an S, is expecting a list. So we type our bracket, then we'll go in our security group file. In our security group file, this is where we created the application load balancer security group. So we'll just copy the resource type and the reference name. Come back to our ALB file. We'll paste it here. Then let's remove this, add a period. Then come all the way to the end. Add another period and type ID. So that's how we reference our security group. Then next is the subnet. The application load balancer has a reaching. Remember, application load balancer is always in the public, has a reach to the public subnet. So again, it is expecting a list. So here we want to reference our public subnet AZ1 and public subnet AZ2. So for that, we'll go into our VPC file. Then let's scroll to where we have our public subnets. So here, this is where we are creating the public subnet. So we create a public subnet AZ1 here, public subnet AZ2 there. So first, let's copy the resource type and the reference name for the public subnet AZ1. We'll go to the ALB file, paste it here, remove the quotes between them, add a period, then go to the end, add another period and type ID, right? Then we need to do the same thing for AZ2. Since we are using the same naming convention, I can just copy this and modify it, but I'll show you guys. So come back here again, you copy the resource type and the reference name for your public subnet AZ2. I hate when this zoom is in the way. Just copy this. Then we'll go back to our ALB file, paste it here, remove the quotes, add a period, and here, add another period and type ID. And enable deletion protection. That's like if you don't want someone to accidentally delete your ALB. I mean, we're just testing out now. So here we can just type false. But if you want to enable it, you can type true. Then here, we are going to enter the tags. We can just use the same name for the tag. So copy whatever we have as the name here and paste it as the tag name. So that is how you create the load balancer. Once you create the load balancer, the next thing we are going to create is the target group. Remember, we need a target group which has the list of EC2 instances we want our load balancer to route traffic to. So for the target group, you give it a name, right? We can use the same naming convention we've been using. I'm just going to paste that last naming convention here, and I'm going to remove this and just type it as TG for target group. Then the target group type, right? We created a variable for it. You can see here, target type. For the target type, remember when you are creating a target group, there's a target. I can show you guys. So for everything we are doing here in Terraform, you will see everything clearly in the management console. So if we go to EC2, and you scroll down here to target groups, create a target group, you can see target type. There is instances, there is IP, there is Lambda function, there is load balancer, right? That's what you are seeing here for the target type. So we created a variable for it that allows us to be able to change it. So here we can have IP, instance, or Lambda. That is what our target type variable, with the type of values we can have for it. So since we created a variable for it, we're just going to call this var.target type. And if you don't want to create this as a variable, you can just say target type instance. You'll be done, right? So you don't have to put everything in the variables. For you, if you say, you know what, I don't want to have this as a variable, I just want to type it there, you can type it there. But this is just like if you want to use the same, you'll see this when we work on the Terraform module. that if you want to use this same code for example, ECS, this same application load balancer code for ECS, the ECS target type will be IP, not instance. So that means you would have to either come and change it here or create another code. But if you make it as a variable, that means that when in your TFS file, you can change it to whatever you want to change it to. You can have it as IP, you can have it as EC2, and you are still using the same code. So here, the port, we are going to enter the port, that will be 80. The protocol, that will be HTTP. So in double quotes, HTTP in all caps. And the VPC you want to create it in. Remember, our VPC is here. Let's scroll up, copy the resource type and the reference name. Come back to your ALB file and paste it here. Then remove the quotes, add a period, and here, add a period and type ID. Then the health checks, right? So far, everything I'm showing you is here. So here, we'll select instance, we give it a name. You can see protocol, HTTP, port 80, IP before address type, right? Some of these things, if they are default, Terraform don't expect you to add it, right? Some stuff, let's say you want IPv6 now, then you can go and add the IPv6 argument. But since it's IPv4, it's default, Terraform don't expect it. It will automatically create it as IPv4. The VPC, remember we did our VPC ID, and the protocol version, and you guys can see the health checks here. So if you click this drop down here, you can see these health checks, traffic port, healthy threshold, unhealthy threshold, timeout, and so on, right? That is what you guys are seeing here. So really, for these values, you can just go in the management console. What is there by default, you can just come and type it in here. So for that healthy threshold, we'll put 5. That's what's is in the console. For the interval, we'll put 30. So that's what's there. For the matcher, this is where we put our success code. And remember, for our application, we were adding this. We had 200, 301, 302. So that's the success code we were putting in the here. If you go in the management console, right? Remember here where you had to enter your success code. You can see it's popping up there. So that's what that is. So pretty much everything in this section is what we are entering here. So the path, we created a variable for it. So it will be var dot whatever the variable name is. The variable name is here. We called it health check path. So copy this and paste it here. So this health check path is here, right? Health check path. That's this, right? By default, when you will create it, we don't usually put anything here. You can see we have -/ here, which is why in our Terraform code, in our variables file, right, we have it as default here. So we are saying by default use it. But sometimes you'll be working on some application where the path to the file might be different. And if you want to change it, this variable just allows you to change it. So that's why we are creating it as a variable. And the port here is going to be traffic port. So yeah, just type traffic -port. The protocol is going to be HTTP. Make sure it is in all cap. Timeout is going to be 5. And unhealthy threshold is going to be 2. everything came from the management console. Whatever setting is in the management console, that's what we have here. Right. So once you create your target group, remember we have a listener and we have two listeners, right? HTTP listener and HTTPS listener, right? That is the listener on HTTP is how we when people are accessing your site on port 80, and the HTTPS listener is the secure version of it. So that's what this is for. So this is the resource type to create a listener. This is the reference name you gave it, right? The first argument here is the ALB ARN, which means that which ALB are you pointing? This will be pointing to this target group. We created our application load balancer up here. So you copy the resource type and the reference name. Once you copy, you will paste it here. Then you remove the quotes, add a period, come to the end, add another period, and type ARN. I think that expects ARN. So type ARN. Not even I think, it says it here, ARN. Right. The port is going to be port 80. Protocol is also going to be HTTP. HTTP. Then the default action, right? Default action will be redirect. But remember, when traffic is coming on HTTP, we want to redirect it to HTTPS. So here, what I will redirect. And for the redirect property, like what are we redirecting it to? Here, you are going to type 443. And the protocol for that is going to be HTTPS. And the status code for that is going to be HTTP _301. So like I said, all this came from the management console. So if we were to create a target group here, so you see when you create a target group, you add it here. You add your target here, but once you create it on the load balancer side, that's where you will create the listener, right? When you create the listener, you guys will see where we create the listener, HTTP, HTTPS. If you look at the settings, you see that the settings is exactly what we have in Terraform. I mean, since we don't have one create now, I can show you, but that's what we have here. So sometimes if you don't understand it, you may have to go create the resource fully just to see all the settings you see there, so you'll know what to put here. But I'm telling you, you only have to do this once. The first time you are creating any resource, you first, this is what you have to do. It's kind of like tedious, but once you get it down, you can continue using the same code over and over. So this is our HTTP listener. That's what it looks like. We'll just do the same thing for the HTTPS. So you can see resource type to create a listener is the same as this one, but what is different is the reference name we gave it. We call this reference name HTTP, we call that one HTTPS. And this reference name, you can call it anything you want. The load balancer ARN, so we already referenced it here. So we'll copy this and paste it here. For the port is going to be 443. Because remember, this is HTTPS 443. The protocol is going to be HTTPS. HTTP. Yes. The certificate policy. Well, this part I should have left this one there too, but the certificate policy, it will be use this one. So it will be ELB. So this will be in all caps. ELB security. The S is also cap, say Q, retail. Policy is also all caps. No, not all caps, but the P is capital. Policy hyphen 2016 hyphen 08. So this is just the default one AWS always used. If you create your HTTPS listener, you'll see this there. So that's what we are using here. A certificate ARN, right? This is the ARN we want to use to encrypt the traffic on this port. Remember, we created our ARN here. So I'm not sure why this is. I probably just need to close my I need to close my Visual Studio Code and reopen it, and this will go away. So anyway, we created the ARN here. We create a certificate here. So what we want to do here is copy the certificate. Once you copy the certificate, come back to your ALB. We'll paste it here and remove the quotes, add a period, then come to the end, add another period and type ARN. So that's the certificate we will use to encrypt it. And for the default action of this, remember, this will be forwarding traffic to our target group. So the action here will be forward. And the target group ARN, which is the target group we want to forward the traffic to, is the target group we created up here, this target group. So you copy this resource type and the reference name, and you paste it here, remove the quotes, add a period, and at the end, add another period and type ARN. And that's that. So I'm going to save all my files. And the next thing we can do is in our terraform.tf file, we can add the value for those variables. So my Terraform file. So we only have two variables for it. It is target type and ALB. So we can copy this and in the TFS file, we'll paste it here. So for the target type, I think we have a default value there. No, for the target type, that's what we are, the instance that we are routing traffic to, the load balancer is routing traffic to. This project, we are using EC2. So this is going to be instance. And remember, that's coming from whatever I showed you guys in the documentation. If we go here. So you can see the target type instance IP. So if you look in the Terraform documentation, right? If you want to enter whatever which value, for the instance one, this is what it expects, instance. And so you guys saw the default health, right? Where I have a default value in there. But just to also be on the safe side, you can also use this because you guys know how application load balancer is checking whether your site is healthy. So when you add an EC2 to a target group, the application load balancer is checking the health of that EC2 by looking for a file on that EC2. And the file it is looking for is in the root directory, which is where all your application code is in your HTML directory. It is going in there and looking for your index.php file. If it finds the file there, it would say the file is healthy. It will say the EC2 is healthy. If the file is not there, it will say your EC2 is not healthy. As a matter of fact, your EC2 can be healthy, but just because it can't find that file, it will say it is not healthy. So that's why when I created this in Terraform, just to be on the safe side, you can just override, because you're saying the values, we put this default. And this default will work too, but just to be on the safe side, that's why I'm overriding it here by putting this and adding the file name itself, index.php, which is the file that application load balancer will look for on your EC2 instance to determine whether it is healthy or not. It is index.php. And that is all we need to do for this one. So let's save our file. You can save all your work as a matter of fact. And I'm going to just create all these resources now because I don't want to run into any issue, just to make sure everything is working properly. So I'm going to type Terraform. You guys remember what I did here is I opened the terminal into my project code. So all I did is I right click on any of the file and select open in integrated terminal. So I opened Terraform to that directory because you need to be running Terraform from that directory. Then we're going to type Terraform init. So once you initialize, you type Terraform apply. Okay. So it is saying that I have a typo somewhere here. So let me look at that error. So it says in my ACM file, so it's good that this is happening because there's no way you would type a code that it will just be 100%, right? You will have a typo somewhere. So what this is saying is that where I need to incorrect attribute value type, right? So it's saying on my ACM, the TF line 4, it makes sense. That's why this ATM file keeps showing as it's showing that it's not right. So it's saying on my ACM file, the TF line 4, the resource, this resource, subject alternative names, right? So var is a string. Oh, okay. I think I know what I did wrong. So let me see. Let me just check something real quick. So alternative name var is a string, right? So let me just go here. Subject alternative names. The issue might be coming from a variable. Alternative names. My ACM here as a string. Okay. And in my ACM file, okay, I know what I did wrong. So here, even though this value is a string, sometimes what happens is here. Remember what I said that sometimes it will be a giveaway, right? When you see S at the end, because remember for these alternative names, we can keep entering as many names as we want there, right? So really what this is expecting is a list. So what I should have done is like put a bracket here. And you can see that error went away. So meaning that I can have as many alternative names in here as I want. So that's what this was expecting. So it is expecting a list, which in this variables file, what we should have in here is list. I forgot how it is, how I'll look that up later, but I forgot how is the type. Let me just look it up now. Hmm. Variable type, Terraform lists of strings. Just want to see how it is. So you can see these are the variable types you can have list, right? So really that there, I can put it as a list. This is just another an additional thing I'm doing to so that I can have it as that. Or I can just even remove this type altogether, right? So it just depends on you. But this one, I need to figure out, I think this list of string, I think I can do it this way. Let's try this one. It's been a while since I did this like this. Let's see if this will work. So I'll save that. So when I do list of strings, now this is wrong because it's now saying that, so I'm just going to, let me change this to list. I'll just leave it as string. So that's what I have in my notes. So it takes that one. So just leave it on strings, but just make sure that in here, in your ACN, this part is a list. So you still have a string in it, but you can see here if I hover over it, it's still a string, but you need to have the bracket around it. So anyway, I'll save it and I'll just run my code again. Which is why it makes sense sometimes when you are writing your code at work, so that you don't run into like the issues of what values people can put in, which is why I was telling you sometimes at my job, they don't have this at all. They don't have any of this. They just have the variable name and just the bracket, empty bracket. That's it. That's all we have there. Okay, I'm going to run this again. I'm going to run Terraform apply again. And it should work this time. And there you go. I'm going to type yes. And press enter. So it will create all those resources. And in the meantime, do you guys have any question? Let me see what's here. Oh, you want to access the file? I sent the file to you guys in your email, but I can send it to you again.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
I understand what you're doing, where you're going back and forth from the console and teaching us how it works from the console and how it applies to a Terraform. In a real work environment, the same concept you're using, like how it goes from the console, would there be an architecture or of list of what they want to create this Terraform, especially the variable files you're using to create your infrastructure? How does it work in a real work environment?
No, you are the engineer, so you have to come up with it. So like I
Okay.
said, the variable file is what you want to do, right? You have the freedom to create it however you want, right? But
Yeah.
by you working there and being familiar with the project, you trust me, you understand what you need to variabilize and what you need to hard code. So typically, if it's like something that you know would change over time and can keep changing,
Mm.
you make it a variable. So the variable is really up to you. But at work, you will see that probably 80 to 90% of everything is invariable. So that way, you don't have to, and it makes sense to do it that way. So that way, you don't have to keep going back and modifying the code if something needs to change. You understand? So you do have the freedom of you being the engineer creating. And the thing about the job is like you have people you are working with. Let's say they ask you to implement something and you write the Terraform code and you create your PR, your pull request, and the person is approving your pull request. They'll look at it and they'll say, okay, yeah, for this EC2 connect endpoint you have here, instead of hard coding it, can you make this a variable? And they will tell you make it a variable. So it's just kind of
From
like
it,
if it comes from experience. It's not really anything to.
that's in reference to the SRE. That would be the one doing that. The
No, so usually whoever is approving your pull
approving.
request will be someone
Okay.
that is above you. It could be your
Okay.
lead, it could be your manager, it could be a senior engineer, someone
Yeah.
that, or it could be also be your teammate, and you can also approve other people's pull requests. Just depend on how your job is set up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Juliet, yes, the target group for the ALB, what about it? Do you have a question about it? Yeah, so since this is creating this thing, I can't close this terminal now because it will take time to create it. Because I'm creating my load balancer again from scratch. Okay, sure. Let me know. Just type your question. Yeah, sure. Type your question. So yeah, it is creating the RDS database and it is going to migrate our data. So when I ran Terraform destroy the last time, right? All the resources we created here, I deleted everything. So now that I'm running it again, it is creating all this resource again. So that's why it is taking time now to create everything. Um, so it should, once it has created a load, the resource here that I know would take the most time is the um, database, because that one takes like 6-7 minutes to create. So once that is done, we'll move on to the next topic. But if you guys have any question, we
Hey,
can.
Azeez, I do have a question.
Sure.
Yeah, actually, I just followed all the steps that you have did, but I just missed maybe one of the step, which is giving me an error
Okay.
while doing Terraform apply. Uh,
Sure.
w would you mind if I just share my screen with you
Yeah,
and you
sure.
just tell me?
Sure. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Is my screen viewable to you?
Yes, it is.
All right. Okay. Um. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's my code, and
Mhm.
it says me that I do miss something because I was just actually
Right.
understanding about the alternative that you have mentioned about this the type of the string. I would say that, yeah,
Missing, besides you are missing instance key on line 33. So
33. Yes,
let's go to your ACM file, line
the
33.
line 33. This one.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see what mine is. Just a second.
Yeah, sure.
Uh, line 33. So it should be, oh, I see what you're missing.
Okay.
you know, for that part, that is where we are creating the record in our hosted zone, right? So we have a hosted zone that exists, and that's where this resource here on that where the line 33 argument is, that's where it's creating it in the hosted zone. So if you scroll up above that resource, remember that is where we were getting the information for the hosted zone. So scroll up right there on
Yeah,
line
here.
12. Yeah, right,
Yes.
line 12. So remember what I said, that anytime you are using data source to get an information of something, when you are
Mhm.
now referencing it, you have to also include that data in it.
Okay.
So in your value on line 33, it should be data.aws route 53 dot whatever that is.
Okay, so I need to add data dot,
Yeah.
yeah, like this.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And one more thing. You mentioned about the certificates that you mentioned in previous videos about making the domain name ACM certificate manager. Uh, may I confirm with you that is it the right way to actually write it on, because my certificate has been already uh, made. If I show up to you, like,
Yeah, it won't hurt anything. It's fine.
it's fine.
Whatever certificate you manually created will still be there. And
Yes, yes, it's
AWS will now create another one that Terraform create. So when you run Terraform destroy,
mm-hmm.
the certificate Terraform created will go away, but the manual one you created will still be there.
Okay, so this is the right name, right?
Yes, your domain name. Yes, that
Yeah,
one.
the domain name. Yes, yes. Okay. Mm.
Yeah, so it will be
And
that name.
it would start up. Can you please explain one more time? The alternative names are Istaric dot this domain name. Why we are putting the Istaric in like initially?
Um, Go to certificate manager. I'll show you.
Sure. Uh, just okay. It's just making me some kind of mess. Yes. To the certificate manager. Okay. Is one.
All right.
Yes.
So request a certificate.
Okay.
All right. So now paste your domain name in that first one. All right. So click another one, add another one. So you can see right under it is also to explain. It says you can add additional name to this certificate. For example, if you are requesting a certificate for www.example.com,
Exactly.
you might want to add
The
add
name.
the domain name, right? Before they used to be so clear about it, but now it's like they kind of like, okay, click that info. You see that info up there next to the qualified domain names, click that info right next to it. So
Yes.
you can see it here.
Oh, yes. Use an asterisk to request a wildcard
Wildcard
certificate.
certificate, exactly.
Okay. Okay. I got it.
So the wildcard is like any name you will be putting before your domain name.
All right.
Right? So
Yes.
you can be www. We are using www. So when you create your record set, your www part, which is your record name, could have been projects dot
Mm-hmm.
something, project dot your domain name, test dot your. So whatever you are putting there, that wildcard is covering everything.
All right. I got
Yeah.
it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna try it again and would let you know. Yeah. Bye now.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so my resources are all created. You guys can see. Applied, it create 38 resources, nothing failed. If I go to my management console here, I'll just cancel. I'm going to refresh here because what we created today is like the load balancer. So under target group, you guys can see my target group here that was created. Load balancer, you can see the load balancer here. The load balancer has two listeners, HTTP and HTTPS.
I'm sorry to
HTTP.
interrupt you, but I just stopped my screen. You can share the screen, Aziz.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sharing the screen now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Can you see? You guys can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes,
So,
thank you.
oh, you can see it now. Okay. So sometimes if you have to stop sharing yours to be able to see mine. Okay. So you can see the target group here. It is, the listener is the HTTP is redirecting traffic to HTTPS, and the HTTPS is forwarding traffic to our target group. So that's the load balancer. If I go to certificate manager, that's the other resource we created. You can see now I have two certificates. It won't hurt anything. So you don't have to delete the one you created manually. It won't hurt anything. So it just means that for our project, we will use this certificate that we just created, right? Then when we run Terraform destroy at the end of the project, it is going to automatically remove the certificate that Terraform created. But the manual one you created will still be there. So I think it's better that way. Just leave the manual one you created, and if you have any projects you are working on manually, you can always use that one.
So I'm just thinking out of the box as is. Like if we have I'm thinking that alternative certificate is for an internal website. Like if it doesn't have to start with www and it has to do something maybe internal within our enterprise and doesn't have to go through the World Wide Web. Is that an avenue to create that alternative certificate?
I think that one, I haven't done that one before, but let's say that one it's probably here where you create a private certificate, but it's grayed out for me. It's probably grayed out. I think you need to have a special type of account or something to request a private one. So, but if you have something that is internal, I wouldn't think you will need a certificate for it because everything in your VPC is already kind of protected. So you won't need a certificate for that one. You only need certificate. The certificate is strictly for when people are trying to access your site, and it is what is responsible for. So what the certificate is doing is what is responsible for. I don't know where. Okay, let me just Amazon.com. This is what the certificate is responsible for, this part of your site. What makes it secure? This log thing. So it would have to be like going out to the internet to use the certificate. Because if it's internal, then everything is kind of like protected with the way your VPC is set up and your security groups and everything and your route table. So this is strictly the traffic coming to your website from the web browser. If your site, so that means that if you guys go to any site that don't have this lock icon, it is not a secure site. So everything you do on that site, someone else can see that has the skills can probably get the data. So which is why that's pretty much the certificate is what's responsible for this lock that you guys see on every site. Yeah. So in other words, it has to be something that is going to the internet to use the certificate.
I'm just trying to figure out why they would need an alternative certificate in case that this one doesn't work.
The alternative certificate is for the www part of your domain name. So when you deploy this manually, test it, right? So what's happening is this, when someone type this name, www .aosnode.com, right?
Yes.
That is a domain name.
Mhm.
Someone can also, but when you guys go to a website, right? Do you guys always type www? You guys don't. You just
Okay,
type the
got
domain
you.
name.
That was my second.
So when
Okay.
you type this, it will still be going on HTTP, right?
Okay.
Or if someone go and so let's say you set up this, most company will set up this as HTTPS, right? Because this is how people will type it. But there will be that one person that is always still, maybe like my grandmother or somebody, that still always type www.
Yeah, got you,
Right.
got
So
you.
if someone try to access your site on www, that will be going on HTTP, right? Which is the
Yeah.
whole reason why we are securing our site for when people type our domain name this way, or when people type our domain name by enter the www. And also the subdomain name also covers if you don't want to use www. Sometimes you let's use Amazon for example. Let me go to Amazon.
I do that with Amazon all the
AWS.
time. I don't just draw
Let's just
AWS.
say AWS.com, right? Let's just go to AWS.com, right? So you guys can see here that AWS, their own is aws.amazon.com. This Amazon.com is their main domain name. This here
Is your sub.
is their sub, right? So the wildcard covers anything they can put here. So now for this same domain name, they have aws.amazon.com, and they may have Prime for their Prime, right? They may have prime.amazon.com. So they can still use their main domain name, but put anything for their subdomain name.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Thank
that
you.
means you can create a lot of domain name that is pointing to different things people can access. Yeah. So that's what that is doing. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is we are pretty much almost done. We have the let me see where we are. We've created a load balancer. So now the only other thing we need to create is like SNS. We'll create the SNS. I'll show you guys the SNS. And Route 53 and the auto scaling group. So in here, there's an SNS file. So first we can copy the variable for it into here. I'm just going to close my terminal now. And here, go to my variables file, and I can copy the variable. You know what? Let's just copy all of them. We don't have to keep doing it. We are pretty much almost done. So copy all three, the SNS, Route 53, and ASG. Copy them. Once you copy it in the variables file, just press enter here and paste it. Something is always in the way. So once you paste it here, we're just going to enter the type of things they have, right? So really all of them will be string. So there's nothing in here that would be anything else. So here, the email we're going to enter, that's going to be a string. For the record name, that's also going to be a string. The web file, S3 URI, that's going to be a string. This service provider URI, that's also going to be a string. And the application code file name, that's also going to be a string. So that's all we need to do there. And the next thing we are going to do is we can drag our SNS file in here. Let's create the SNS, and we can also drag our Route 53 file. Route 53 file in here. So let's work on the SNS one first, right? The SNS, why we are using SNS here is because when you create your application load balancer, your application load balancer would be not application load balancer, I'm sorry. When you add your auto scaling group, your auto scaling group would update you on the activities going on with your auto scaling group. So if it is scaling down in EC2 instance, scaling up or whatever it is doing, it will keep updating you. And how it will update you is through the SNS topic. So you create an SNS topic, you connect that topic to an email address. Then when you add that SNS topic to your auto scaling group, as you will see later on, when the auto scaling group activity is going on, you will get emails about what's going on. So that's what this is doing. So the first thing here is we want to create a topic. We'll create an SNS topic and we'll give the topic a name. So just like we did with anything, you can copy how the name is set up. This is the naming convention we've been using. So we'll paste it here and just change this at the end to SNS topic. Once you change it, that's all you need to do here. Then the email that you are going to connect to this topic, right? So in AWS is like subscription. So you create subscription under the topic, and the subscription is where you add the different emails you want to be getting notification on. So that's what this resource type is, the subscription. Then the topic ARN, the first argument is topic ARN. Which topic do you want to connect it to? It is the one we created up here. So we'll copy this and paste it here. Then we are going to remove the quotes, add a period, then at the end, add another period and type ARN. The protocol that we are going to use to receive the message is email. So here, type email. Then the endpoint is which email address do you want to receive the email on, right? This is where you put your email address, right? So remember we created a variable for it here under SNS, operator email. That's the email address where you want. So we can copy that variable, and here you can type var dot that variable name. Or if you want, you can type hard code your email there. It will still work. So that's all we need to do for the SNS. The next one is Route 53. So this one is creating a record set. Remember the A record set we created in our Route 53 to point to our application load balancer. That is what this is doing. So the first thing we are going to enter here is the zone ID. But before that, remember, this is the resource type to create a record set in AWS using Terraform. And this is the reference name I gave it. The first argument is the zone ID, meaning that which hosted zone do you want to create your record set in? Remember, we specify our hosted zone in the ACM file. So in the ACM file here, we have a data that is pulling our hosted zone. So we can use this one again. So here, remember, anything that has data, when you are referencing it, you have to copy the data too. So copy the data, the resource type, and the reference name. Once you copy it in your Route 53 file, paste it here. Then remember to remove the quote, add a period. Remove the quote here, add a period. And here, what we are referencing is dot zone underscore ID. Then the name is the name part here is like you guys know when you are creating something in Route 53. So guys, I still have all the domain name I registered, so I have like 7 domain names. If anyone needs a domain name, let me know. I'll send it to you. So here, remember, first thing is like go to your Route 53 hosted zone. Make sure you don't have an A record in here. So if you have an A record, select it and delete it. So you select it, then you click delete record here. Don't delete the zone. So don't accidentally click delete zone up here. Just select the A record if you see. And here you see where you see a type, you will see an A there. If there's an A1, select it by checking the box, then click delete record. So what was I going to say? So yeah, when you are creating a record, right? So you see this record name here. This is where we put our www or whatever subdomain name we want to use. That is what this value is pointing to. So for that, we created a variable for it. So we're just going to type var dot the variable name. The variable name is here, record name. We call the record name. So we can copy and come back to our Route 53, paste it there. And the type of record we are creating is an A record. So we type double quotes, capital A record, right? The alias you see here is equivalent to this part. So which is why I'm saying anything you create in the management console, you will see clearly in Terraform. And if you don't understand in Terraform, just go create it. Then whatever you see, that's what you go look for in Terraform. So you can see here, we select alias, then we point it to our load balancer here. That is exactly what you are seeing here. So under alias, the name is the name of the application load balancer, which is the DNS name of the application load balancer. So remember, we created our application load balancer in this file. So go to your application load balancer, copy the resource type and the reference name. Once you copy it, you paste it here. Once you paste it, remove the quote, add a period. Then at the end, add another period. And the attribute you want to reference is the DNS name. So type DNS underscore name. The next one is the zone ID, and which is also the zone ID for the load balancer. It is the same thing. So you can paste the load balancer, resource type and reference name you copied here. Remove the quote, add period at the end, add another period. Then what you want to reference is the zone ID. So type zone underscore ID. And evaluate target health. That is equivalent to here. I think after you add it, it always shows up here, whether you want to evaluate it, right? So that's what that is referring to. It's because I don't have a load balancer, so I can show you guys now. So here, just type true. And that is it for that one. Okay, save our file. I'll just click save all. I'll click save all. The last file we can just create the last file, and the last file we are going to create is the autoscaling group file. Because you guys know the autoscaling group is what's going to create our server. So in your reference file, you can look for the file. It's the one with the ASG. Drag it into your project. And these are what we use to create the autoscaling group. So remember, before we create an autoscaling group, the first thing we have to do is create a launch template. So this is what's creating the launch template. You can see here, resource type, launch template, and the name we give this resource. First thing is the name we want to give the launch template. We can give it any name we want. but we'll follow our naming convention. So here, I'm just going to paste that. And I'm going to just edit this part. Now type launch, LAU and CH, launch template. The next one is the image ID, right? So this is the AMI we want to use, the ID of that AMI. We created a variable for it. Let me just move this side by side so you can see. So we created a variable for it, but the variable we created it the first time we were creating that setup server, right? Here, when we under that EC2, the server we use to migrate our data. So we'll use the same AMI because we are using the same AMI here. So we'll copy this variable, and yeah, let me just do this like this so you can see. All right, so for the image ID, it will be var dot the variable name. The instance type, remember we also did the instance type here. So it will be var dot the instance type, which is this. Copy it and paste it here. Description, that you can just use this one. So it's the description, what you want to call your launch template, right? You can use the same as the name. So you can paste that one in there. And this is what I did. I just pasted it. If you want to put the hyphen, you can put the hyphen, but I'm just going to remove the hyphen. So it reads dev nest launch template, something like that. Let me just drag this out a little bit. So I don't like it's because I'm zoomed in. So there's too many things going on. All right. Then the next one is our security group, right? Remember, for the security group, first, we have to enter a bracket. And for this, we will be using our app server security group. So remember, we created our security group in the security group file. And this is the application load balancer security group. This is the security group for the application server. This is the one we want. So we'll select this, copy the resource type and the reference name. Once we copy it, I'm just going to close it. And yeah, and in my VPC security group here, paste it. Remove the quotes, add a period. Then here, add another period and type ID. Then here, this is where we add our instance profile. Remember, that's the IAM role that will allow the EC2 to be able to download our file from S3. So remember, we created the IAM role in one of this file, if I can see it. In this EC2 instance profile role, select this, right? We created the IAM role, and the one you want to copy is this one, the instance profile, the one that says AWS IAM instance profile. So this one. So copy the resource type and the reference name. Once you copy here under instance profile, paste it there. Then remove the double quotes, enter a period, close this. And at the end, enter another period and type name. That's the attribute it wants. Under monitoring, we'll put true. Type true. Then this is the user data section, right? So just like if you are launching the launch template, right? So everything we selected so far is the same thing you see in the launch template. You are launching the launch template, you enter all these things, right? The AMI, instance type, right? Then if you go to advanced, you enter the instance profile. That's what we did. And if you scroll all the way down, the user data, right? So this is where we will paste our script that would install our website and make it available, right? So this is where we'll paste the script. So when the EC2 is being created by auto-scaling group, it will also launch, it will also run our commands to deploy our website on the EC2. So that's what this user data is here. So for this, in this user data, first in this file, first in our reference file, copy the deployment script .sh and paste it in here. So pull it into your project, right? So once you put it into your project, I'm going to close the variables for now and show you guys what's going on. So here in this deployment script, we have environment variables there. So you can see web files, S3 URI, application code file name, so on. We have all these environment variables here. Those are the environment variables you are seeing here, because you need to set the environment variables on your EC2 before you run this command, so that way it will pull the environment variable and use them where it needs to use them, right? So the first one we have here is our project name, right? And the reason why we are doing this is like, I like this better because now you can add code your project name in here, or you can also use the variables from Terraform. So you guys just remember all this stuff, all this environment variable you are seeing here, it is coming because we have environment variables in our script. If you don't want an environment variable here, you can have a script where all your command is just what it is. You don't have any environment variable here. But I'm just showing you guys how to do it in a dynamic way where you can still have environment variable in your script and still reference it in Terraform. So that's what this is. So I'll close this. And I'm going to open the variables file again. So for the project name, remember we have a variable for the project name. So here we'll just say var.project name. So which is this? Okay. So that means that whatever value we are using as our project name in our Terraform, that is what it is going to use in our script. Environment is the same thing. We have a variable for it, environment. So we just type var.environment. Record name, we have a variable for it. Where is it at? Right here in Route 53, record name. So var dot record name. Domain name, we have a variable for it. So we'll type var dot, you can see here, domain name. The web file, the URI of our web file that we are going to download, we have a variable for it, which is here. So it will be var dot that. Service provider file, we have a variable for it, which is this. So it will be var dot that. Application code file name. So what's the name of the application code? The file name for our application code, we have a variable for it. So it's just going to be var dot that. RDS endpoint, right? For our RDS endpoint, remember we have our RDS instance here. For the RDS endpoint, you can go in the, well, at this point, your RDS wouldn't even exist. So you can just go copy the endpoint in the console, right? So this is your RDS instance. So you copy the resource type and the reference name, and you come back to your auto-scaling group. And here, you are going to paste it there, remove the quotes, add a period, and at the end, you add another period, and the attribute you are looking for is the endpoint. So you type endpoint. Right, so that's going to reference our RDS endpoint. The next name is the database name, the database name, database username, and the database password.
So
Remember,
we cannot create a variable for the RDS endpoint.
no, you can if you want, but you wouldn't know what the endpoint name is because we haven't, let's say I haven't run Terraform to create my RDS, I wouldn't know what the endpoint is. Right, this is better than creating a variable. So because this is saying that whatever, when I create my RDS, whatever endpoint it has, use it here. That's what this is saying. So this is better than variable. You understand?
Yes, Azeez. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me just close this one. So remember, we are storing our RDS DB name, username, and password in secrets manager. And if you guys remember from the last class, we have our secrets manager file here, right? We have our secrets manager file here. So when we pull the value from our secrets, it will come as a JSON file, right? And we are now storing using that JSON in this local, right? We are using these locals. I'm sorry, the Zoom stuff is in the way. That's why we have these locals here that we are using to decode that JSON file because we want to decode it and get the key, get the key in it so we can pull the values from the key. That's what you are seeing here, if you guys remember from last class. And let me show you in Secrets Manager. In Secrets Manager, we have our secrets, right? Then if you click Retrieve Secrets, this is what we have in there, right? When we are getting the secrets, it is coming like this in this JSON. There is like multiple secrets in there. So you need to pull the right one. And how you pull the right one is if you reference the key name of that secret, you'll get the value. You reference the key name, you get the value. You reference the key name, you get the value. You guys get the gist. So that's what Terraform is doing here, right? So this allows us to be able to reference the key name to get the value. So that is why in here, for the RDS DB name, to get the value, we're going to type local. This local is referring to this local. Locals, but in it will be local. right? So local dot secrets this. So you are saying go in that local dot secrets dot what key are you trying to reference in that local dot secret, right? So remember, the key has to match exactly what you have in here. So you can see for my database name, the key that I gave it in Secret Manager is DB name. So that's where this comes from. So I'll copy this and I'll copy this and I'm going to paste it here. That is something is annoying. Paste it here. And we'll do the same thing for the username. It will be local dot secrets dot the key you want to get from that secret, which is was DB username. So here it is called username. So that's where that comes from. Username. Copy this and paste it here. Just going to Control V. The last one is the password. It's the same thing. Local dot password. Look at the secrets. I got distracted because there's something we are missing. I'm going to show you guys. Secrets dot whatever the key is. The key, again, is coming from Secret Manager, whatever you call the key. We call the password. So yeah, mean that when we reference it, it is going to give us this. So copy that, and that is what we paste here. Right. So there's one thing we are missing here. So I almost forgot. So for our user data, we've entered this. We also need to enter reference our file here. So you guys remember, it's the same thing we did on the EC2. So if you've done the EC2 one, it's the same thing. So come to the data migrate server, right? And I'm just going to close the Secret Manager. I don't need it. So data migrate server, copy everything that is in here. Yeah, you can copy everything that's in here. And just to show you, I can put it side by side so you can see. So the file, because the file is just the same way we deploy this is the same way we're going to deploy that, but we already have the template file. So you want to copy everything that is here. Maybe this one. Copy it and paste it here. So where you have this quote hashtag, paste what we copied there. So remember, it should be template file, parentheses, and in that parentheses, it would be path model, right? Then / the name of the file you want to reference. That's how we did it here. So the only other thing we need to do is just update this name. So the name of the file we want to reference is this one, the deployment script. So I'm going to right click on it, click rename. Then I'm going to type Control A, or you can select everything. You want to select everything, including that TPL. Once you select everything like that, click Control C to copy it. And once you copy it, I'm going to just replace this. Yeah. So I'm showing you guys the copy paste so you can see where everything is coming from, or you can type the name, but make sure whatever the name is, that's exactly what you reference here. So we are referencing our file. We are saying for our user data, run this script. And here we've set the value for the environment variables that are in this script. We have set the values here. So that's what that is doing. Then now we can move on to creating our auto-scaling group, right? So the first, this is the resource type to create an auto-scaling group, and this is the reference name I gave it. The first is the zone identifier. So that just means what VPC, what subnets in your VPC do you want to use for the app server, right? Pretty much when autoscaling group is launching the EC2 instance, in what subnet do you want it to launch it, right? So that's what you are entering here. So for that, we are going to enter a bracket. Then we can go in our VPC file. Remember, we'll be using our private app subnet EZ1 and private app subnet EZ2. So scroll down here to where you are creating your subnets. So here we created our private app subnet EZ1, private app subnet EZ2. So we'll copy the resource type and the reference name. Once we copy it, we'll come here, paste it in here, remove the quotes, add period, then at the end, add another period and type ID. Then make sure you put comma, and we'll add the second one. So we'll go back to our VPC. The second one is our private app subnet EZ2. Copy the resource type and the reference name. Come here, paste it here, remove the quotes, add a period, and here add another period and type ID. So desired capacity, right? How many servers do we want to launch? Let's just do one. Maximum size is that when our auto-scaling group is scaling up, how many servers do we want to scale to? The same thing we see in the auto-scaling group when we are creating it. We'll say 2. Min is when our auto-scaling group is scaling down, how many do we want to scale down to? We'll say 1. The name for the auto-scaling group, we can the name for the auto-scaling group, we can just use the same thing we did here. So copy any name from here and paste it here. Then just update that to ASG. Then here, health check type, here it will be ELB. So because it's the elastic load balancer that is checking the health check, right? Then launch template. For this launch template is like auto scaling group, right? Which launch template do you want to use? Is this launch template you created up here? So you copy this, copy, and you paste it here. Then remove the quotes, add a period, then at the end, add another period and type ID. So that's your launch template ID and the version of the launch template. Because remember, as you keep updating your launch template, it may have different versions. So this is where you enter what version you want to use. And if you want to use the latest, you just type latest like this. So it'll be double quotes, the $sign, then you type latest with a capital L, and like that. Then here is where we would tag it, right? This is the tag, you would tag the web servers that the auto-scaling group is creating, right? So for the key, you type need. Remember, it will be in double quotes. Because it is a string and it is a capital N. Then for the value, you can use this, copy this, paste it here. And let's just call it web server. So the EC2 that our auto-scaling group is creating, we'll call it our environment project name web server. Propagate at launch. Yeah, we want to tag it when it gets launched. Yes, we'll type true. And for the life cycle, right? Remember, life cycle is like something you use. How do I even explain this life cycle thing? So the life cycle don't usually come, but sometimes with the behavior of how the resources will behave when you are updating them, that's when you use life cycle. So here, ignore changes, right? So here we're just saying like anytime there's changes to the target group ARN, right? Don't update anything in the autoscaling group, right? So that's what this means. So here you just type a bracket, and here you're just going to type ignore changes to target group ARN. So here we're just going to type target group ARN. And I mean, I've got this from the documentation when I was copying it. So ARNs. So let me just make sure, no, I'm spelling that wrong. GROUP. So target group ARNs, just put that in there. And I'm pretty sure this came from the documentation. I'm just verifying it to make sure I typed everything correct. And create before destroy, we'll say true. So we are saying, in case we are updating stuff, create another autoscaling group before you destroy this one, delete this one. And depends on, this is something I added, right? Remember, we need to migrate our data. This is in here, we are using this EC2 to migrate our data into the RDS. So before we can see our website, this needs to be completed first. So that's why I have the depend on. So come in here, copy this resource type and the reference name, copy it, right? So what you are seeing in autoscaling group here is depending on that. So it is pretty much saying before you create this autoscaling group, first make sure that the data has been migrated. So that's what this means. So here we type a period, and that's all you need to do. So copy the resource type for the EC2 migrate instance and paste it here. You don't need to, you are not going to reference any attribute. It's just that. So the last part here is autoscaling group attachment. So this is where whatever EC2 instance autoscaling group is creating, we need to add them to the target group so the load balancer can route traffic to them. So here, we are going to first enter the name of the autoscaling group, right? So here, we created the autoscaling group here. So on line 33. So copy the resource type and the reference name. Once you copy it, we will paste it here. Then remove the double quotes, add a period, and the attribute we want to reference here is the ID. So I think for autoscaling group, the ID is also the name. So there use ID. The load balancer's target group ARN, right? So this is our target group ARN. So we'll go to our load balancer file. Our target group is here. We'll copy the resource type and the reference name. We'll come back to our autoscaling group file. We'll paste it here. Remove the quotes, add a period, then come all the way to the end, add another period, and type ARN. That's what we are referencing. Depends on, right? So this is going to, we have another depends on here. So this is going to depend on the autoscaling group. Remember, we need to create the autoscaling group first before we can attach it to any load balancer. So this is saying that create this first, then once it's created, then this will create and we'll do the attachment. So there depends on, you are going to type a bracket, paste the resource type and reference name for your autoscaling group there, and just add a period in there. And that's all you need to do. So this is the SNS notification for your autoscaling group, right? So this is where you send the whatever your auto-scaling group activity is, this is where you send it to. You get an email for it. So here, this is the resource type, reference name. The group name is the auto-scaling group name that you want to monitor. So here, enter a bracket, and it's just like what we did here for the auto-scaling group. So auto-scaling group, copy the resource type and the reference name, then paste it here, remove the double quotes, add a period, and at the end, add the name attribute. Then topic ARN, that is the SNS topic, right, that we want to send a notification to. Remember, the SNS topic is here in the SNS file, and it's the topic here, right? So copy the resource type and the reference name. Once you copy, come back to your auto-scaling group file, paste it here, remove the remove the quotes and add a period, then at the end, add another period and type ARN. And that's pretty much everything we need to do. So save your file. I'm going to save all my work. Then the only other thing we need to do is in our TFVAS file, we need to add the values for those variables. So let me open my Terraform file. So here we just want the SNS, Route 53, and auto-scaling group. Copy those. And in my TF file here, I'm going to press enter, paste it here. So the operation email, this is where you enter your email address that you want to receive the notification on. So here, I'm going to just enter my email. Under Route 53, that's where you enter the record name. Remember, the record name is WW, or whatever you want to use as your own record name. For this project, we are using www. Then the web files, this is the web file, right? Where we stored our web files in S3. Remember in project 2, that's where we stored our web file. So we'll go to our S3 bucket. So here, type S3. Then I think is this one, right? So project 2, you go to your project 2 or wherever you stored it, right? The web file is this one. So you select the next.zip. The URI is here, copy that URI, and that's what you paste it. So in double quotes, paste it. The app service provider file is also in the same place. So you can come back one more to that level where your files are. This is the app service provider file. So select that one, copy the URI by clicking this box. And that's what we paste here. And the last one is the application code file name, right? So to show you, if we go back, this is our application code and the file name is nest. Not the zip is the extension. The file name is nest. So that is what you enter in here. Nest. And that's pretty much everything we need to do. Right. So that's everything we need to do. So now if we run this, we should be able to access our website. So if we run this, it is going to deploy our website, fully deploy with everything on it, if there is no issue. Our website fully deployed with everything on it. But there's one more thing I want to show you guys before. There's one more thing I want to show you guys before we run it. There's one more file you guys we can create. And in just a second, I'll show you guys. We can create an so what we can do is we can create an output file, right? That an output file, we would pretty much see the output file when we do Terraform module, but I kind of like want to introduce it to you guys a little bit now. Then when we work on Terraform module, you guys will see it more, right? So this is how an output file is. So remember how your VPC, any resource you create has attributes, things like ID, ARN, stuff like that. You can export when you create those resources. Like for example, when we create VPC, and I'll show you an example. We'll create one example now. When we create a VPC, right? We can export the VPC ID. The reason why we do this is in Terraform module, there are some, and I'll explain it when we start Terraform module. You export the ID so other modules can use it. So since we are going to creating the VPC, right? The VPC module will just be creating the VPC. So now let's say we are creating an EC2 and the EC2 needs to be created in the VPC. So we will export the ID out of the VPC. And when we are creating the EC2 will use that ID we export. That's how it works. But the export can also be used to print different values about your infrastructure so you can see different things. So to create the output file, right? Just right click anywhere in your project here and create a new file. So I'm just going to right click here on the next tab and I'm just going to create a new file. Call it output, like outputs.tf. So once you call it outputs.tf, right? The main one I really want us to output out is our domain name. So we can use we can use the output to construct our domain name. So here, I'm just going to enter a note and I'm going to type website URL so you can understand what it's doing, right? So to create an output, it's kind of like variable, but it's different. So first you start with output. So once you type output, you have to give the output a name. So let's call the name website URL, website_URL, right? Then after you enter the name for the output, the next thing you have to enter is value. So that's the only thing output as value. So here you are saying, what's the value? So the value can be anything you want. If you can reference the resource type reference name, you can reference a variable, or you can reference multiple variables. So here, we are going to create our outputs like this for our URL. So I can type my domain name here as a string, and that will be my output. But I want to dynamically reference it from the variables that I created. So here, you can type something like this, join. So this means that it will join whatever we are about to put together, it will join it together. So this join, we are going to start with an empty quote. So meaning that when we start, it will be an empty quote, and anything we put after this empty quote, it will join them together to make one string. That's what that is saying. So we start with an empty quote, then outside of it, type comma and space. then type a bracket. So in this bracket, whatever we put in this bracket, it is going to join it to form one string. So we are going to type another double quote, and in that double quote, type https :/. Remember, because our domain, our URL is going to be https :/, right? Then outside of that quote, comma, space. Then when we access our site, it will be the record name, right? So here, so let me show you. Right, our record name is www. So here, it will be, we can do it like this, var dot record name, right? Comma, double quotes, period, comma, then our domain name, right? So our domain name will be var dot domain name. You guys understand now, right? So what this output is doing is our domain name is this, right? So just to show you what's going on. Remember I said I'm starting with like an empty quote. So it would start with an empty quote, and whatever we put in this bracket, it is going to join it as a single word, right? So here, I don't need to have a space there. I can just, you can have something like that. So it's going to join as a single word. So this is what it will look like when it prints. It will start with, it will take that HTTPS, right? Colon, /. I will take this, then it will take the value of record name. The value of record name is www. It'll put www there. Then the next thing we have here is a period. Then it will put a period there. Then the next thing we have here is the domain name. The domain name is this, and it will put this there. So that's how we'll form the full URL of our domain name. So that's what this is doing. So I kind of want to show you guys, right? You can also print any resource attribute of any resource. So let's say we want to print VPC ID. So here we just type VPC, VPC ID, right? So again, you start with output, right? You give the output a name. It can be any name you want to call it. We'll call it VPC _ID, right? Then for the value, you type value equals, right? So you go to your VPC file. It will be the same way you've been referencing your VPC, which is AWS, the resource type and the reference name. You copy that and you paste it here, right? Then you remove the quotes at the period, and here add another period and type ID. So the same way you reference that you are exporting the VPC ID, you can export so many other attributes too. You will see it in the Terraform module where it will be apparent the reason why we are doing it this way. So I just want to point that out. So that's the output. So I'm going to save this output, and I'm going to close everything here. Then open this. Then I'm going to right click, open a new terminal. I'm going to run Terraform init. I'm going to run Terraform apply. So you guys can see the plan here is going to create 7, not going to change anything or delete anything. The 7 is going to create the extra one I added here. And you guys can see my output. So the output, the thing about it is when you run the plan, it will show you what the output. So you can see my VPC ID that I'm exporting. It is showing me what it will look, what it is, right? And my URL, site URL that I created, you can see what it looks like. So that's what an output does. But beyond that, in the Terraform module, we export the output. We export something from a resource so we can use it later in another module. And you guys will see that. So that is it. I'm just going to type yes here. And it's now creating the resource. I'll just give it time to create it. And if I've done everything right, I should be able to access my site once the Terraform deployment is done. Do you guys have any question? Okay, I'll just wait. Okay, the deployment is done. So moment of truth, you can even select this link from here. And I'm going to open. Let me see what's going on. Yeah. It could be how 502. Okay. Let me just make sure my notes sensor.com. All right. So since that is going on, there's probably like some issue somewhere. Let me go to my, how we can figure that out is, because I want to make sure that it's not because the server is still auto-scaling group is still running. So first place we can troubleshoot is here. We can go on EC2. I need to check the load balancer and see what's going on. So I check my load balancer. My load balancer is there. I check my target group. So you can see my instance is showing as unhealthy. So I need to check why it is unhealthy. Targets. Status detail, timeout. You know what? I'm just going to SSH into the EC2 instance. So I'm going to go to dashboard. I select the EC2, connect to it. Right. So I need to check that my web files are there. So I'll just cd var www html ls. So my web files are there. Then the next thing I'm going to check is my env file, if it's there. So cat.env. So you can see in my env file, my database information is there. Honestly, this might just be because this might just be because I already created the load balancer before, that I'm now creating this one. That's why it's giving me the error. So because my application looks fine, right? So my domain name is here. my everything did work successfully. The script ran successfully. Let me check. What is it? System. C T system CTL HTTP status. Well, I think I'm using PHP. I need to run the command to check if my PHP is running, but everything seems to be working fine, right? So let me just wait here. And sometimes it could be because everything is just coming up. And if that's not the case, then there you go. So that's the case. So you guys saw that the thing about Terraform is maybe what I could have done is, and I'll look into that, is what I could have done is check for something to be available, whether it's the EC2 or the load balancer or anything, before Terraform tells us that everything is healthy. Like before Terraform say it's done, right? Because what happened is Terraform just would create your infrastructure. And once all your infrastructure is created, the EC2, Terraform will say, I'm done, right? But remember, on our EC2, we are running the user data script. So that takes time to populate. So what happened is, since I already created, let's say I was running all this code for the first time, everything will come up and you will see the site. But because I already created the auto-scaling group and the launch template, it was already showing up as unhealthy, right? My launch template, I'm not the target group, I'm sorry. My auto-scaling, I keep saying auto-scaling group, my application load balancer and the target group was already there. And I didn't have any EC2 instance there that auto-scaling group is creating. So it was showing up as unhealthy. So when Terraform now launched it to create everything, the target group pretty much needs to reset. So you see, you guys seeing the unhealthy one target you guys are seeing here. How do I clear this thing out there? The unhealthy you are seeing here, you can see it went away because it was showing unhealthy before because I haven't created anything. So once I run it, I just need to wait for everything to reset. And you can see now it's showing up as healthy. If I look here, there is nothing, right? I can show you guys again from Terraform here. If I click on my URL here and open, you can see it's opening my site, nothing, right? That issue was just because obviously I'm creating it one at a time. The target group was already showing up as healthy and I just needed to wait maybe like for a couple of minutes for everything to reset. So that was going on. But it's good that I still got to show you guys, like in case if anything comes unhealthy, first you check your target group, see the reason why it's showing unhealthy. Then the next thing is you can SSH into your EC2 instance, go into the HTML directory, check that your application code is there. Because if your application code is there, it means that your migration works successfully. I mean, the user data deployment works successfully. Then the next thing is checking your env file. So the command you can use to do is cat and the name of the file. So that will show you your env file. And here I just check to make sure that all the values that I set as environment variable populated, right? You can see my domain name. Most importantly, my database name, which is here, and the password. So once I saw that, I kind of knew, okay, my deployment worked successfully. It's probably just the load balancer needed time to update. And with that, we are pretty much done. This is pretty much Terraform, full deployment of dynamic application. We did a lot of stuff here. We use secret manager to keep secrets that are supposed to be secret safe. And everything is dynamic. So there's no part of this we had to do manually, except for the fact of storing our secrets in secret manager. Do you guys have any question? Okay, cool. So that's pretty much it. You guys now have, for your part, you pretty much have this to follow. So finish this part, finish this project. Then once you are done, you can use this example to work on your assignment. So it'll be the same application, the Shopwise one. You guys deploy the Shopwise following the same example. But when you are working on it, try to start from the reference file. That's why this reference file is very important. Start from the reference file and see if you understand how to fill in the values of each one. Just start one file at a time. Start with the VPC, then from the VPC, move on to whatever the next resource is, and just see if you can use your own knowledge and things you've learned to fill it one at a time, right? You start with one file at a time. Before you know it, you will have your full deployment. So don't rush and try to get to the full deployment at once. You take it one file at a time, one resource at a time, one argument at a time. The first time I worked on this, it took me like about 3-4 weeks, right? Just going and back and forth and trying to make sure I understand everything. But once you've done it the first time, trust me, that's the only time you will spend that amount of time on it. So it is important to do that work now, especially if this is your first time working on it. So that's what I want to say. If you guys have any question, let me know.
Aziz, not I just want to say show you something on my stuff. Maybe I need to rearrange all of this. I just wanted to share my screen so you look at it quickly.
Okay, sure. Let me stop sharing.
Very nice. Here. Can you see?
Yes, I can.
Uh, with this, like all of my calls, like maybe I have to go back and do everything over because the way yours is so arranged, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so drag, you see the line that is between that space and where your view, I mean, widen that space where your name is so I can see everything better. So you see, in that, no, where your mouse is fine, is fine. So you see where that line is, the line, move your mouse to the right, a little bit to the left.
Okay.
Don't move it too far, a little bit to the right. So
To
whatever
the
the
right.
line, yeah, a little bit, just a little bit. See where the M is right there. So
Yeah.
put your mouse there until you see that little arrow thing show up. Yeah. Now drag that out. Okay, because I just want to see what's going on. Right. So how you will know where your file is located is you see your Terraform project.
Mm-hmm.
Click on that, the arrow under your next to your Terraform project. Not that
This
one.
one?
The one above it. The one above it. Not that one. The Terraform. Yeah, the arrow next to it. Click on that. Right. So that's showing you where everything is. Right. So
Mm-hmm.
what you want to do is you want to make sure that, so click that arrow again. From what I'm seeing, I think your files are in the Terraform project instead of it being in the Nest app. So you know what? Just go to where this file is saved on your computer. Go open it in File Explorer, where your Terraform project is saved. You'll see it better there. No, that's the project asset. So you want to go to where you cloned your repository.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it should be on your C drive. There you go. Is this it? I think it's the AWS project. No, that's not it. So that's where you have it. Oh, okay. All right, so click that. Click that. Yeah, it's right. It's in the right space.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the right space. So you can see there, all your files are showing up in the Nest app.
Okay.
So that's where you're supposed to have it. Yeah.
Okay.
But you have it in your Docker thing though. You need to move it out of your Docker thing.
Right.
So,
Okay.
okay, go back. Okay, so what we can do, go back one more. All right, so oh no. So go forward. Cut. So right click on that Terraform and click cut. Now go back one more. And go back one more. And paste it here. There you go. So that's how you're supposed to have it. So now if you go in your Visual Studio Code, just close, there you go. And you see. So you can see your Docker stuff out there. EKS and Terraform. There you go. That's how you're supposed to have it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So sometimes I know, especially if it's the first time you are working with Visual Studio Code, it can be confusing. In case if it is confusing, and sometimes depending on how my directory is structured, it's always like that for me. So what I do is I just go to the File Explorer and go look at it then make sure it's in order then. So yeah.
Okay.
All right. Cool. All right. So pretty much we are pretty much done, but so gearing up for Terraform module. I want to show you guys another trick that you can use to complete. But when you guys do the assignment, don't do it this way. But I just want to show you guys something. First, let you guys remember that every code you are working on, you can push it to your GitHub repository, right? So here, there's one thing that okay, before we push this file, there's one thing I want you guys to do. In your project, the root project of all your project, you are going to create a file there. Right, not in your Terraform one, just in your root.
Are you recording it again?
Are you guys not seeing my screen?
You are seeing it, but are you recording it again?
Yes, it's recording.
Okay.
Yes. So in your root project here, right click here and yes, because we created this way. So right click in here and create a file, right? Call that file dot. So it's very important. Put the dot in the beginning. Git ignore. If I can spell that right. Git, I'm spelling it so wrong. Git ignore. So that's the name of that file, .git ignore, and create it, right? Did I spell that right? Because it looks weird to me. Ignore. Yes, I did. All right. So once you create this file, right, you are going to, you know what we can do is, what this file is sometimes when you guys work on different files, right? Sometimes some files might contain secret stuff. Sometimes some file might contain secret stuff that you don't want to commit into your GitHub repository. So this git ignore file is what you can tell it to ignore any file that is in your directory here. But this git ignore is not picking up anything now because we need to add the name of the file, right? So when you are working on Terraform, you don't want to commit this file, this .terraform log HCL, and this Terraform, this one, this .terraform thing. You don't want to commit those because they are this is a big file, and you really don't want to commit that. what happens with this file is like anytime you run Terraform init, Terraform will always re-download them because it's just a file that contains all the provider information to deploy to AWS. So that's why we have our .git ignore to ignore these files. And for Terraform, these are the files you want to ignore. I'll paste it here in the chat. Okay. Oh, sorry, Juliet. I wasn't looking at the screen. I'll answer your question now. So these are the things. This is what I want you guys to paste in your git ignore, and I'll post it here in the chat too. To everyone here. So paste this in your git ignore file. So once you paste it in your git ignore like this, save it. And you can see, as soon as I paste that in my git ignore and save it, you can see this is grayed out and this is grayed out. Let me show you guys one more. So if I remove that and save my file, you can see these two files are there, ready to be committed. They are green. But as soon as I paste this, so this is just saying that any file that has .terraform Terraform lock, I don't want to commit them into my repository. So once I remove that and save my file, watch, you can see those get grayed out. That's what this is doing. So you really don't want to commit this to. So once you've added this to your git ignore, it needs to be like this. Then, and you can see, confirm that it is grayed out here. Now I can push my code. So here, I'm just going to type wait TF code. So try to type any message, click commit, yes, and sync changes, and that's going to push it to my repository. Yeah, I'm just going to type yes here. And there you go. I've push all the changes to my repository. Okay, Juliet, so the target group for the load balancer, you need to clarify something. Okay, the user data part. Okay, so the user data part for you're talking about the auto-scaling group. The auto-scaling group, right? That's where we have the user data. Is that what you were referring to? Let me just go to it. You're talking about this part. Okay. So this user data section, you want me to explain this over again? Is that what you want me to do? You want me to explain this over again? Or is that do you have a specific question about it? Okay, so I'll just wait. She's probably still typing. Okay, so we copied from what location? You mean the user data here? So we didn't really copy this from anywhere, right? So this file is already in your auto-scaling group reference, right? So it is here. So in your auto-scaling group reference, it is here, right? The only thing we did is we just connect the value, add the values for the environment variables that are here is the environment variable we created in the script we are trying to run, right? So this is the script. This is the script. It has this environment variable, and this environment variable are what you have to specify the value here. So here you can say project name. You can type project name next if you want. Next, you can hard code the values here, or you can reference it, right? So we just did some dynamic referencing, yeah, right? So that's what we did. The only, maybe there was something I'm thinking you are saying is, the only thing I did here is because we've already done something like this, right? So in the user data here, we need to point to the file we want the user data to run. Since we've done something similar before when we did the migrate last class, right? So I just cheated and just went to that migrate one and I copied and or the base part here. So here, because we did it before when we did the migrate part, right? So I just cheated and copy what it looks like here, right? That's all I did. But you could have typed it out. You understand? Because we did it before, right? The user base thing is pointing to, is saying that the file I want you to run is located here, right? And we've done it when we did this DB migrate last class. So since I know this work, all I did is I just copied everything. So remember, I gave you up to the base, right? So just make sure it is in this format. So it will be base 64 encode. So let me just paste it in the chat for you. So you have exactly what it looks like. I'm not going to save this. I'm not going to. Right. So here, I'll paste it here for you. So I only just went to that other file to copy it because I've done it there before, right? And it is done right, so I just copied it. And the only thing I did is once you copy, you just now update this to whatever your deployment file is. So you see my deployment file name is this, and I updated it here. But it needs to be in this format. So it will be user data equals base, or you know what? Maybe I think I know what you are doing. Maybe that's probably why you run into the error, right? There's a difference between the user data for auto-scaling group and the user data for EC2. So let me show you. This is just a Terraform thing, right? This is a Terraform thing. So when you do the user data for EC2, Terraform will complain about that it needs to be in this format, user data base 64. So when you are copying it, don't copy this argument part. So for EC2, this is how you would do it. But for auto-scaling group, it would just be user data, right? Then it would be base 64 encoded, template file, parts module, and the name of the file you want to deploy. So that's the format it needs to be, the one for the auto-scaling group. Do you understand? So when I was doing the copying, I just copied from that file just the way I was copying all over the place, right? Just to have the right format. So the way we have it here now, okay, good. So the way when you have it in this format, what this is saying is that the template file that I want you to run, you will find it in the same directory. This part module means it is in the same directory as all your Terraform configuration, and the name of the file is this. So it will just come to the same directory and look for that file name. So that's what that means. Cool. All right, so for what I want to show you, I think we'll be done early today. So for what I want to show you is just a kind of like an introduction to Terraform module. This will be Terraform module, the easy way. Well, I won't call it either the easy way, but at your job, you will see Terraform module in different, everyone has like different ways they do their Terraform module, right? So I'll show you I'll show you, just a second, guys. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So when we are talking about module, right? We are done with our project here. And let me just close all this. You will, like I said, you will see modules at your company in different ways. So right now, all of our Terraform code is in this Nest app. So meaning that when we run Terraform, when we run our Terraform apply, Terraform destroy, it would run pretty much all the Terraform code here, right? That's the same way a module works too. When a module points, a module is always pointing into a folder. When you point a module into a folder, it will run, the module will run any Terraform configuration that is in that folder. So that is why with Terraform module, you can separate the folder for the VPC, the folder for EC2, the folder for S3. So now you can be mix matching them, pointing to whatever folder based on what you are trying to create. So my thing is like, let's say you want to create 2 more applications that is using the same reference architecture. The way we have our code now means that you have to now copy this Nest app, right? You copy this Nest app code and you can paste it, right? So remember, in my Terraform project, I have the Nest app. This is where my project is. So let's say I now want to work on another application. I can now copy this Nest app and paste it there. And I'll rename this. Let's say this is like the Shopwise app. Shopwise app. So let's say this is the Shopwise app. So now I have the Shopwise app. Then I'll come in here. All I have to do when I'm in here is I come to my TFVAS file. Then I change and I update this and I update that. And you guys get the gist. I update whatever the information is in here, specific to the Shopwise. And I can run my Terraform apply. Then I'll be able to create the Shopwise app. I'm not saying you guys should do this for your assignment, because if this is your first time working on Terraform, do use my reference file and write everything by yourself all over again. But this is another way you can do it, right? And you'll be done. So let's say you are trying to create another application, right? Like let's say you are trying to create another application. I'll copy this Shopwise and I'll paste it here. And I'll paste it here. What am I doing? Okay, yes. So let me just delete this. So I have the Shopwise. So let's say I have another application. So I can copy the Shopwise or whichever one you want to copy, right? You copy and you paste it here. So you have another application. Let's say this application is Jupyter. Jupyter app. Right. So now you have 3 applications. Each application has its own 10, 15 files or 20 files here for the thing. So now let's say every single time some Terraform updates something and you need to update something in your code, right? So that means if you have 50 files here, 50 applications that you've copied, you will now have to go into 50 files, change whatever Terraform just update. It's very tedious, right? Now I have to come in here. It will be very hard for you to keep track of what you are changing. Like, okay, I changed something in Jupyter. I need to go here in the next tab, change something. I need to go. You guys understand what I'm saying? Hey guys, please let me know if you are following me so far. Right. So because each of your application now has their own configuration file that you have to maintain, right? This is where Terraform module comes in play, right? Instead of doing it this way, there's a way we can use the same code over and over again. And I can use the same code to deploy. I can use the same code to create as many applications as I want without having to have the configuration code over and over again, copied over and over again. That's where Terraform module comes into play. The simple way that I'll show you about Terraform module, then next week we will cover it more in detail, is I want you to take this Nest app again, copy it. Once you copy it, then paste it here. So you will have the Nest app and Nest copy. So this Nest app copy one, I want you to rename it. So here, call it infrastructure. Let me just make sure I'm spelling it right. The name don't matter, but I mean, the spelling would not hurt anything, but I just always like to make sure I'm spelling stuff right. Because it seems like the older I get, my spelling just always have something. So infrastructure, right? So you call it infrastructure here. Then what I want you to do is in that infrastructure file, we are going to delete this .terraform folder, and we are going to delete this log folder. Right? And also what we are going to do is, so that's the first part of it, right? The next thing we are going to do is this infrastructure. Now what this represents is this represents a module. So now this is like you can call this a module. So we can point to this infrastructure, and whatever is in this infrastructure we can deploy. But before we can set up as a module, there's other things we need to do. So in here, in this, so for example, Nest app, how can I do this? Because I don't want to confuse it. This is in our Terraform project, right? So let me just, okay, you know what? I'll do it this way. Let's, let me think. I'm trying to think of how I want to set it up so that way I don't confuse you guys. We can leave it in here, right? We can leave it in here. So this is the infrastructure. Remember, in the infrastructure, it has all the codes for the Terraform configuration. So to run this as a module, what we can do is we can create another file in that Terraform, another folder, sorry, in that Terraform, and you can call it, because I already have Nest app there. I don't want to call it, I can't use the same folder name. So let's call it Nest app. Let's just call it module. This is for lack of a better term, so that way I know this I'm using Terraform module. Or if you guys want, I can move it out of here. So what I'm doing now has nothing to do with what we've done before. It has nothing to do with this Nest app. This I'm just showing you guys how we could set this up and use it as a module. So and you guys, can you guys chime in? How do you guys want me to set it up? Do you want me to leave it in here like this, or should I move it to a different directory 100% and show you guys from there? Because I don't want you guys to confuse what I'm doing now with what we already created. What we already created, this is there. It has nothing to do with what I'm doing now. All I did is I just...
a different directory.
Okay. All right, I'll move it to a different directory. So, okay, let me do this.
Can you simulate a work environment as you're doing it? Try as much as possible to simulate a work environment, because at the end of the day, all what we're doing, or what you're showing us, which we really appreciate, would be asked during an interview, and that's the key process. We can know all this, but if you can't explain it during an interview process where the interviewer feels is the right way, it's all of no good.
Okay. Yeah. So how your company will set up their own directory is varies. So, but let's do it this way. I would create another. So in my Terraform project, I'll create another folder here. And I'll think about it better by next week. So it's just because I'm doing everything on the fly now for the module, because I kind of want to introduce you guys to it. So I just call this Terraform module. Terraform module. Right. So Terraform module, then I'm going to move my infrastructure in there. So that way you guys don't get confused. And I'm going to move my Nest app in there so you guys don't get confused. Right. So basically, in this Terraform, this is what we completed this Nest app. This has nothing to do with what we are doing, right? So that is there. So I created another directory that I call Terraform module. In that directory, I have an infrastructure directory, which is pretty much all the code we wrote is in that infrastructure. Then I have another directory here that I called Nest app, right? So instead of me calling it module, I'm just going to call it Nest app, because that's the application I'm trying to deploy. You guys give me a second, please. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah. What we have so far is I'm showing you guys how Terraform module works. So I created a new directory, Terraform module. In there, I have an infrastructure, which is all the code we wrote, right? Then in here, I have the Nest app project that I'm trying to deploy. So this is how Terraform module works. In this Nest app that you are trying to deploy, right? What you are going to do in here is you are going to right click in here and you will create a file. You call that file main.tf, right? So that's the first thing you do, right? You create the file, you main.tf, right? So once you now create the file main.tf, that's there. So you see in this infrastructure thing, anytime you are running like a Terraform module, right? In the Terraform module, because we are running it to get stuff, you don't need your backend file. So your backend file, move it into, so all I did is I'm clicking, I'm holding it, and I'm dragging it into the Nest app where the main is, right? So you see my Nest app here, I drag the backend. That's where the backend should be. And the providers is the same way too. So because you are not authenticating. The module part you are trying to point to would only have will only have the configuration you are trying to deploy, not the authenticating backend and stuff. It will only just have the thing. So here too, the deployment script, I can move it into that main, right? The both deployment script, I can move it into. So far, my Nest app has the backend, the two deployment script, main, and providers.tf, right? So now in your infrastructure, you should only have your configuration, ACM, ALB, auto-scaling group, so on. So that's all you should have in here, nothing else. So there you also have your variables.tf, right? So how this main work is pretty much, I mean, how this Terraform module will work is pretty much in your main.tf files here, in your main.tf files, right? This is the file that will point to this module. And how you do that, and the file almost looks similar to your TFVAS file. So this TFVAS file, what we can do is, for now, let's not delete it. So in your main.tf file, you're going to have here, you're going to have something like this, module. Then you give the module a name. I'm going to call the name of the module Nest app because that's the application I'm trying to deploy, right? So once you now have module, right under that module, the next thing you are going to specify is the source, right? The source means that the module you are trying to deploy, where is it located, right? So if we are looking in our directory, right, my Nest app is here. The module I'm trying to deploy is one directory above it in the infrastructure. So you see my next app is here. The module I'm trying to deploy is in the infrastructure. So how the source will work is in programming or scripting, if you type ... and / like that, right? ... / means that, because remember when we are running our Terraform code, we will be running it from this directory. So if you now put ... you are telling that the code will be, the Terraform will be running in here. So you are telling it ... means that go up one directory, that's where you will find my module. So that's what this means. So this ... then the name of the folder where it is. So if I rename this, I can copy that and paste it here. I can paste it here. Right, you guys understand? So that's what the source is doing. When we run Terraform apply, it will be running from here. So you are telling it, the module you are trying to apply, where is it located? You are saying go back one directory into this infrastructure. That's where you'll find it. That's what this ... mean, right? So once you enter your source, now press enter. Then what we can do is the TFVAS file here, because this is what is listing all of our variables value. So you can copy everything in this TFVAS file, copy everything, and in your main file, right below that source, paste it there for now. So once you paste it there, once you paste everything right below that source, you want to tab everything. So I'm going to select everything again. So you see where my sources is at tab 1 over. I'm just going to select everything and I'm going to click the tab button. So the way my tab is now, the original tab is 2 here, but my Visual Studio Code is 4. So in case if you get this, see where it has space here 4, just click this and indent spacing and change it to 2. That will fix that for you. So if I press Ctrl Z again and I'll redo that, I select that and I tab it again, it will tab it correctly. But sometimes when you copy paste, the tab will be 2, But in Visual Studio Code, it always defaults to 4. So in case if the tab is bigger, when you press tab, that's how you can do it. So basically what's going on is how for a Terraform module to work in the infrastructure, you have all your code, right? And in that infrastructure, I have a variables.tf file. So in the module that is pointing to it, once you type module and the name of the module, right? Once you type module and the name of the module, and you specify where this code is located, right? Anything that is listed in variables in that module, right? You can see everything here, because you guys know that was what we put in our TFS file. So anything that is listed as a variable in that module, that's what you list here. So that's what you can see: region, project name, so on. So everything is here. Then you can now put the value here, just like we've already had the value, right? So that's what you are saying here, right? So that is how that works. There's only another thing that we need to do. So in my providers.tfl, right, it is giving me an error here because I'm referencing variable project name, but when you are in here, it doesn't have the ability to see your variables in the module, right? So there's ways we can do it, right? One way we can do it is we can use local, and I can show you guys how that is done. I kind of don't want to confuse you guys, but so here in this providers, because this provider is going to be specific to this project, right? You can just hard code your project name here. You don't have to use variable for it. So for now, that's what we're going to do. So here, I'm just going to project name. I'll call it nest, right? Environment, I'll call it dev. Region, US East 1. Right. So I'm going to save all. But so far, do you guys understand? So far. And if there's any part you don't understand, I can explain over again. So far, do you guys understand what's going on? So here we have a infrastructure, and the infrastructure only has our Terraform code.
So this is a module, right?
Yes. So the way we are setting it up now is this is how Terraform module works. So even in this infrastructure, we don't need the outputs.tf. We can move the output.tf here. So the infrastructure you are pointing to is only going to have just the code. So the output.tf, because I have variables in there, that's why it's giving me this. I need to find a way to reference it. But for now, I'm going to delete the output.tf. We don't need to worry about it for now. Right. So here we have our we have the infrastructure, which has all the codes we wrote. We have already copied everything in this TFS. We don't need the TFS there too. So delete the TFS. So here it will only have all your infrastructure code and your variables. That's it. Then the module that is going to use it, the folder, consider this the folder for the project. So in the folder for the project, that's where you have your backend, right? So I can call this. So that way I don't overwrite the other one because I haven't destroyed that, right? So here I have the backend. It's the same way we did the backend for the other one. I have the providers bar. right? And the only thing is the main. The main, remember you have module source, which is pointing to where the modules, all the things you want to apply is located. And whatever variable is there, you have to now specify the values, which is what we did here. So because the variable here, we now specify all the values for that variable. That's what we did here. And that's all you need to. The only other thing we need to do is in the auto scaling group, the user data, we have to point it in the, we have to point it to the right thing because now we've changed it. So let me just verify, right? So the data migrate, I just want to verify it'll still be the same thing. Template file, path module, right? Path module, right? So we are starting in the path module, right? Then it is up to directories, right? Remember the same way we did with the source. So our code is going to run here, but our file, this is where the module is, but the script we want to run is in the same directory as our module. So here, this needs to be patch module. It needs to be something like this. We can try this out. Right. So this means that our data module is here, but the script we are trying to run is in the same place where we are running our module from, which is how we do it here. And I think it's the same thing we are going to do with the auto scaling group as well. So with the auto scaling group, yeah, part // and we'll save it. Okay. So before I run it, I need to first destroy this other one that I have in the Terraform. So here, I'm going to Terraform destroy. Destroy. I'm going to type yes. So it's going to take a while to destroy that one, but in the meantime, you guys feel free to ask me any question about this module.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
All right. So basically, from your architecture, which is I think it's what you're doing, it's very brilliant. So basically you created four folders. Oh, four folders. The main folder, provider, variable, backend, and output. And please feel free to interject anytime.
Okay, so I created 3 folders.
Okay.
The Terraform module folder.
Which is the provider.
No, which is just saying that this is the space where I want to use for my Terraform module.
Well, okay.
Right. So then I created the infrastructure folder.
Okay.
This infrastructure folder has all the Terraform resources
Right.
that I want to apply.
Okay.
So that is just the bare resources, like
Okay.
the auto scaling group, application load balancer, all that stuff, right?
Okay.
Then I now created another folder called Nest App. This is the
application
itself that I'm trying to deploy.
Okay.
So in this application, right, you have that's where you have your provider and your backend, the same as what we have before. So, but it will be in this application, right?
Yes.
Then we also have a script we are deploying here. So I moved my script here. Your script can be in the other one, but I think it's good to, it just depends on how you want to do it. But I chose to move my script in this application as well.
Okay.
Right? Then the main file in here is the main.tf file. So in the main.tf file, that's just pointing to the module you are trying to apply. So how you do it is you will say module and you give the module a name. And it's in a bracket, right? Then right under it, you point to where the module is located. Since the project is going to be running from this directory, my module is located here. So the dot means go back one directory and you will find the infrastructure. So it's just going to come out of this directory and it will see the infrastructure and it will go in there. That's where it will find the module. So once it finds the module, the only other thing you have to specify under this source is in whatever module you are referencing, any variable that is there, and I mean absolutely all the variables that are there, you now have to list the values of those variables under your source in your main.tf file. And that's how a module works.
So what will you consider that next app? Can I say in an interview, it can be like my production app?
You know what? I think I'm confusing you guys with this, right? So this, where I call this infrastructure, this could actually be your module, and this next app is your infrastructure.
Okay.
You understand? So let's actually do it this way. Let me do it that way. So I'll rename this. Let's call this module, because that's what you are referencing, module.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
So next app. So this can be infrastructure.
Okay.
Next app, rename next app infrastructure.
So just name it next app infrastructure.
Yeah.
Sure. Right. So since I already renamed it next app infrastructure now, right? Well,
Okay.
this don't matter, but since I renamed this module, so now this needs to be, I need to copy that, right? And in my main.tf, I need to update it to save module. You understand? So now this next app one, this is your infrastructure. The what you are pointing to here, that's your module. Is that better? Right. So now I'm just waiting for this to be done. Once this is done, destroying, I'm going to come in this module, in this infrastructure, and when I run Terraform apply, it should it will create the infrastructure for me, right? But then I'll just be using just one code. So now if I want to now create, let's just cover this one first, then I'll show you what I mean.
Okay.
You see the difference between why it is better to use the module as opposed to using things. So, okay, so this is done, perfect. So now I'm using this module. Right. So if I come in my infrastructure, I've already created my module and I'll point it to where I need to point it to. Point it to the module and I've listed all the values for the values. You guys remember after your source, everything under the source is pretty much whatever is listed as the variable. You are putting the value the same way you did it for the TF-VAS file. So just think about this as the values in your TF-VAS file, you just copied it here. It's the same thing, right? So in here, in this infrastructure now, if I go into this, open this in terminal, and I'm going to type Terraform in it and press enter. And first initialize, right? So, okay, so it is broken directory. So you can find here. So I still have the infrastructure somewhere that I need to remove. Where do I have it? Unable to read module directory. Okay, the directory could not be read out module next up. Line 1. Or did I save it? Maybe it's because I didn't save it. Oh yeah, I didn't save it. Save. All right, let's try that again. Terraform init. Yes, because I didn't save it the first time. Right. So it is initializing. Right. Okay. Done initializing. Now I'm going to type Terraform, apply. All right. So I know this was going to happen, but this I'm gonna have to ask Claude, right? Is because I need to, I'm not pointing to my file. I'm not pointing to my file direct the right way. So it's just saying you can't find my file, right? So let me see something.
You can just go to the file and check the
So
directory
yeah,
under
so
the
it's the
Explorer.
yes, no, is right. It's just what is happening is here, this user data, this part here, sometimes is just getting it right to point to the right thing. So you know what? It's actually even because this script, the thing about this script is there's nothing that is hard coded in this script. So this script is actually is we can leave it in the where the module is for this project. And next week, when we work on the actual module, then I'll explain it much better. So I'll move my script back into where the module is. So my script can live in my module because there's nothing hard coded in it. So that means I can, depend on whatever application I'm using, as long as they are the same application, they can use the same script, which the Shopwise and the Nest, they will use the same script. So here, I'm going to delete this Terraform log thing again. So I'm going to just try that again. So I'm going to Terraform.
Won't you want to save it first so it understands?
No, because I just moved it.
Okay.
So I didn't modify the file. So
Okay.
yeah, it might still fail because I just need to get that the part right. And so I'll be honest with you guys, something I always struggle with. I always kind of like use Claude to help me figure out the parts to that thing because it's kind of, it could get confusing, especially when so I did Terraform, apply. So it's just pointing a thing. So let's try this. In my, I know I did this. So here's what I'm going to do. In my oh, okay. I think I probably need two directories. So you know what? Let's do it this way. Let's try this. I'll move it back here in my infrastructure. I just need to get the path right. And I'm going to delete this. And let me uh, something is always in the way. Okay. So here, I think this is where my path is. So in here, it should be that, and it should also be // um, // um, you know what? I'm going to do something like this. Project name. directory. So let's probably name where project. Okay there. And that's going to be a string. So now, since I have it in the variables, I'm going to save it. Then in my infrastructure, main.tf, I'm going to project directory. How did this thing get here? Have I always had it there? Now I'm confused. Okay, I think we created it when we had it here. I just never did anything with it. So let me see. In this one, variables. Yeah, we had it there. You know what? Maybe I'm tripping. I may have the project directory twice now. So let me see here. Environment, region, project name, project directory. Oh, I already have the project directory there, so I don't need to have it here. So I already have a variable for it before. So there's this variable here, project directory. I just never used it in the first one. So in my main.tf file, project directory is here. So what I need to do is, so project directory name, this is the name, rename, copy, and you guys, please don't be discouraged. What I'm doing now is really not difficult. It's just when you are, the only thing that's complicating thing is because I'm running the script. So if it's just regular magic, it will be different. It will be, so project directory name. So now this name, so in my migrate and then module, let me close this. In the module here, I need to reference that project directory. I think that's what was wrong before. And that will be curly brackets and var dot project directory /. Okay. So I need to do the same thing on the other one too, for the EC2. Where is it? No, auto-scaling group. Auto-scaling group. Truly. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. So that will be template file, path module, run back one directory, then go into the project directory. Then that's where you're going to find my thing. Okay. So here in the infrastructure, I'm going to open the terminal. First, I need to save all my files. There's Terraform init. Then going to run Terraform apply. Okay, so that's what I was doing wrong before, right? So let me explain. Right, so nothing I'm doing so far is very really complicated, so you guys don't freak out about it, right? So remember, let's start afresh. In this directory that I call Terraform module, there's a modules folder. In that modules folder, that folder has all the Terraform code you want to apply. At your company, sometimes you will see all the codes here like this. Sometimes it will just be a VPC code, and that's what we'll do next. We will do each resource one at a time. But for now, there's a module that has multiple codes, multiple configuration in there, meaning that when you point to this module, it would create all the resources that it finds in this modules directory. So in this module directory, we have ACM, application load balancer, auto scaling group, EC2, whatever. It will create all this resource. So that's what this module is doing. The same code we have here is the same code we did when we were doing the project we just completed. So there's nothing that changed, right? It's the same thing. So that's one thing I want you to note. And all I'm also saying is that the second part to that is that whatever module you are pointing to, if there is a variables file there, meaning that there are some variables that were specified in there, those variables, you have to specify them in your project. So remember, we are pointing to this module. There's a variables file that has all these variables. So now in this other folder for our infrastructure, right? We have the backend file. You need the backend file because that's how you specify which S3 bucket you want to use to store your state file for this infrastructure, Nest app infrastructure you are creating. And provider is how you authenticate, right? Then in the main.tf file, for a module, all you have to do is start with module and the name of the module, right? So if you want, you can even call this Nest app infrastructure if you want to be specific. It's anything you want to call it. Infrastructure. So call it Nest app infrastructure, right? So once you give the module a name, you have to point to where the module you are trying to reference is located, right? This is where you have source. And since the code will be running in this directory, right? The ... means go out of this directory once, and you will find the module, which is here. And once it goes in the module, it will find all this code. Then once it finds all this code, it will say, oh, in this module, there's some variables that are listed here. I need to know the values. These are what you now put under the source. So you can see in the module we are referencing, the variable is region, project name, environment, project directory, VPC slider, public subnet, AZ1, you get the gist. It's the same exact thing. So all the variables you listed here in the module you are pointing to, you now enter their actual values in here, right? Under your source. That's all we did. And that's how you reference the module. So here, Because I changed that name, I'm going to no for now, so I don't lock my state. And this something is very annoying. I'm going to save my file. And I'm going to try to run this now. So I'm going to run Terraform init and Terraform apply. Then here, you can see it is trying to create 45 resource, add nothing to add 45 resource, nothing to change, nothing to destroy. It's asking me, I'm going to type yes and press enter. And it is now creating all those resources. And I'll just give it some time to finish creating it, right? Once it creates all the resource, I should be able to access my website, right? So we'll give it some time. So in the meantime, do you guys have any question? On YouTube, do you guys understand the Terraform module stuff so far? Yes or no? Maybe. Confusing, let me know.
Azeez,
Yes, sir.
what is the right way of doing it? Supposing it's in a real life environment. So is it the module or the first one we just created?
It's a combination of both. It just depends on what you are trying to create. So the way we created the first one, right? All of our code is in one directory and we are running it from there, right? So sometimes your company will create it that way. But if there are multiple applications that are set up the same way, they will use module. So it just depends.
But this module now, you don't have coding. Is it right?
Yeah, nothing is hard coded.
Oh, okay. All right.
Nothing.
So basically, for example, if you're saying we have a development, we have a staging, we have a testing, and we have a production, that's the second way you just explained. That's the same style we'll use, saying that the module will create an infrastructure, which is the module, and inside that infrastructure we'll have a staging. We can create a variable file for taking from that infrastructure and creating an environment for development, another changing that the source of the IP or necessary changes for the application for that development, same thing for the staging, then testing, then when we are satisfied, it goes into production. Is that how you're explaining it? Is that the angle you're going from?
Yes, kind of, but really the just the basic part about it is one of the benefit of using module is like, yeah, you can use it to deploy in different environment without having to copy your codes over and over again, right? But the simple part about it is it just allows you to reuse the same code multiple times over as many times as you want to reuse it without having to copy it in multiple places, right?
Yes.
So just to explain again, John said maybe, right? So let's look at it from this angle. Let me close some of these things. Maybe let's look at it from here. We have a module. Consider this the folder that is the module. And in this modules folder, you have your Terraform file for, because I'm using my mouse, please bear with me, is that to kind of thing. You have your modules for EC2. You have your file for EC2, S3, IAM rule, auto scaling group, VPC, whatever is there in that module. The module also has a variables file for the things you didn't hard code, right? So now you are trying to deploy an infrastructure for, let's say now you are tasked to deploy an infrastructure for Nest. Let's use Nest, for example. You're trying to deploy an infrastructure for Nest. So you have your Nest here. Right. The main thing that your Nest needs is when you create a folder for the Nest. This module can be anywhere. You don't have to be in I'm just showing you the simple version now. In the one we'll do next week, the module will actually be in your GitHub repository, right? And we'll be pointing to it there, right? So let me go back. So you are tasked to create an infrastructure for Nest. Rather than doing it the first way we did it, where you write your EC2 code, S3 code, and auto-scaling group code in your Nest, just like we did in the first project, you can use the module. So in your Nest, all you have to do is create a main.tf file, right? In the main.tf file, I said that main.tf file will have a source. The source, right? After that main.tf file, you would specify, I want module. You start with that resource block module. Then you give the module a name. Then right under that module is where you type source. Then the source is pointing to the module you are trying to reference. So since the source you specify in this nest is pointing to this module, it means that when you reference this module, it will create every single resource that is listed in this modules folder. That's what it will create, right? So the source is pointing to that. It will create everything it says in this modules folder. And in this modules folder, since there is a variable here, if there's no variable here, you are done. If you point to it, it will create everything. But since there's a variable here, right under the source, you now have to specify the variables. Because remember, it's just a variable without values. Terraform still needs to know what the values will be. So that's why, because you are referencing it, for the variables that are listed there, you now have to specify them under your source and list their value, right? You list their value, and that's all you need to do. That's how module works. Does that make a little bit sense now?
So that source, under that source is where when it goes back one step backwards, that's where you put that, like, create directory dot point to go back one step. And that's where the source goes back to the module to collect all those variables, right?
Yes, the source points to the module itself where all the files you are trying to create
Yeah.
is located.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think from an architect, from the script you created, architectural. So that's file, that line I remember you created the pathway /dot is that process of where the source is going back to the module.
Yes.
All
That's
right.
where it's pointing to the module, right? The source could be GitHub repository, the source could be anywhere, and it would be pointing to it. So, but what I'm saying is that when you are right. So when you are using the application to deploy and you are pointing to a module, you need to tell it where the module is, and the source is how you do that.
Yes, and in a real environment, most likely that module will be in the GitHub from the main.
Exactly.
So all right, got you. 10-4.
So when you see a module, every module will have a source. It must have a source. There's no module without the source. It must have the source, right? So you see the source there, which the source is telling you where the actual codes the module is creating are located. Then wherever the codes are located, if you go in there and there's a variables file there that does not have the default value,
Yes.
in your module that's calling it, that's where you put the values.
Okay.
That's how module works. It's really that simple. Okay. So now, remember that now if I want to create another application 2, 3, 4, it don't matter as many applications as I'm creating. They will all be the same way. Main, source, and variables, right? So my application 2 will be pointing to this. My application 3 will be pointing to this. Application 4 will be pointing to this. But how each application will be different is when you point to the source, remember, after the source is where you specify the values for the variables, right? Then since this application, let's say the project name, it was Nest here, and this is Shopwise, the project name in this one will be Shopwise. The project name here will be Jupyter. The project name here, the VPC Cider block here is 10.0.16. Here it can be 10.0.24. Here it can be 10.0.32. You guys get it. So that's how you can use the same one code here. We are using the same one code to create multiple infrastructures.
Well, hence you're working on, like this example, 3 projects at the same time using one module.
Exactly.
10-4. Gotcha.
So this is, you guys think about this now. So take a memory of this, how this is, versus the first way we did it, right? Versus the first way we did it, where, let me just clear this whole thing. Versus the first way we did it, which we have our Nest app. Our Nest app. And everything is in the Nest app. So all my EC2 S3 code is in the Nest app, right? So that means if I want to create project 2, project 3, project 4, I will have to recreate all the files that are here. The EC2 S3 autoscaling group, create it here, create it here, create it here. So let's say you have 50 applications. You just continue recreating them. Remember, in here, you have the same, all your EC2 S3, EC2 S3, autoscaling group, all your code here. So now let's say something changed. Now you have to go into 50 different folders to go and update stuff. Versus if we were using the Terraform module, all the projects was calling one module. So in that module, I can just go change what I need to change there and I'm done. And all my 50 applications will be automatically update. Does that make sense? Should I draw it again?
So, Aziz, let's say in this project now, for example, that you just gave, and you wanted to change something in this module, what will you be changing, for instance?
So in the module or the regular
Yeah, in the
first one?
module.
In the module. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's a good example. Right. So let me see. Let me just clear this drawing. So let's say in this module, for example, let's say for NAT gateway, and this is something I know that changed. For NAT gateway, this used to be this value used to be something else before. Then when Terraform update their thing, the argument, sometimes when Terraform updates their version, some of the arguments will go away and they will introduce another one. They'll say, okay, you don't do this for your NAT gateway. We are not using domain anymore. We are using connect, for lack of a better term, connection, right? And let's say that connection is, let's say that connection equals to VPC, right? So this is something that just changed. So now this domain name is gone. If I was referencing my module, I only have to come to this module and change it there and I'm done. But if I'm copied, the first way we did it where we have the same, all of our code in one thing. So that means you have to go into as many folders of projects you have and do the update there individually. You understand? I can't give you like a specific example of what's going to change, but from time to time, when Terraform updates their documentation and their version, arguments always change. I think someone is speaking, but your voice is low. So again, just to explain, right? Module. We have module here. And we have the regular way we did it here. For the module, multiple projects, project 1, project 2 can reference the same module while still having different configuration. They are only referencing the module to create the infrastructure, but the name that's why we don't hard code things in our module, because by not hard coding things, we are able to now dynamically change those things when we are deploying. So that's the beauty of the variables we have, that we didn't hard code anything in it, right? Versus the first way we did it, since all of the codes are here, this is not a module, all the codes are here. So if you copy to create another infrastructure, you would have to copy the same thing here again. And you would have to do it here again. And you would have to do it here again, or as long as you are reusing the code, right? So that's what I'm saying. If something changed, let's say something changed, I only have to come in this module and change it, and all this gets updated. But if something changed, I have to come in here and change it, come in here and change it, come in here and change it, and come in here and change it. So basically, you are having a lot of Terraform files that you need to manage, versus here, you're only managing one directory of Terraform files. Mr. Abel, go ahead, then after that is Mr. Emmanuel. Okay. Mr. Abel, are you speaking? You might be on mute.
Let me see. I'm not on mute. I don't know why I'm not audible. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. So what I think is confusing us, including myself, is now we have used a module and we kind of try to reuse it over and over again. Typically, the website that we saw when we after deploying the whole application was the grocery application. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we have to reuse the module, and what is going to change? Is it going to still give us the same website, or it's going to give us a different website? And if it's going to give us a different website, what are we going to change here? Is it a script that's going to change, or what is going to give us a different website? I think if we get it from there, I think everybody will be fine.
All right. Let me just clear this. Right. So I just used the module to deploy this, right? So let me just try to go access my site. Let's see something. So you can see I can access my site, right? I can access my site, right? So I'm just going to, you guys can see, right? What, so let me destroy it. And the only reason why I'm doing it this way, you know what? I'm gonna just do something, because in this account, I think I'll be able to do it, because the good thing about this account is I have multiple domain names, so I should be able to do what I need to do. All right. The only thing I need to do is update my CIDR block, right? So let's do this. All right. We have in you guys assignment thing. Let's just say project 2. Project 2, there's the assignment. There's the assignment, right? Which has the shopwise, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy the Shopwise one while still having the other one. So this is what we're going to do. Here, I'll just close some of these things. Very annoying. So you can see my nest is here. I'm going to first upload my file into S3 because that's where we are storing everything. So here, going to S3. Right. And the application code is here. So this is, I'm just going to create a folder here. I'll call this folder assignment. Did I spell that right? All you English people? Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, so assignment, right? Then I'm going to copy, I'm going to into that assignment folder. Drag my code there and upload it. Okay, cool. My code is there. The next thing I'm going to do is come here and close this. My module is here. The application in the assignment is the Shopwise. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not even gonna copy paste this one so you guys don't get confused. So in my Terraform in here, I'm going to create another folder, new folder. I'll call that Shopwise. Shopwise app infrastructure. Shopwise infrastructure, right? Then in my Shopwise infrastructure, I need to create my backend. So I need to first create my backend, right? So I can just copy this one so I don't have to recreate everything over, paste it here. So in my backend, it can be, I'll just modify this. So the state file is going in the same bucket, but for the project name, I can call this Shopwise. Shopwise, right? The region is the same thing. So that's all I need to do for that backend. Then the other one I need is the providers.tf. I'll copy, I'll paste it in here. And in that providers.tf, USist1 project name, the project name is also going to be Shopwise. So here, going to Shopwise, right? So I've had my provider backend where we store my state file, providers.tf, right? Then I need the script, right? Which is why I'm saying I could have just left the script in the module, but again, just to show you guys, you can see my script. There's nothing hard coded in my script, meaning that I can use it over and over and over again. So yeah, I'm going to copy the script and just paste it here. So really, I could have just copied this next app folder, rename it, and just do the modification in it, but I'm showing you guys how this is done one by one. So I'll copy my script in here. The only other thing now I need is the main.tf file, right? So the main.tf file is here, right? So we are going to copy the main.tf file. We can reuse it here. paste it here, right? Then go in there, right? So once you go in that main.tf file, remember I said in the main.tf file, the module we're referencing, we start with module and we give the module a name. So this module is going to be the name of the application since the application is Shopwise. So here I'm going to type Shopwise. Shopwise. Then the source is where the module is located, right? It is pointing to this, right? You can see Shopwise is here. It's going to exit this directory and find the modules directory. That's what that is. Then for the environment, right? The region I want to deploy it is US East 1. The project name is Shopwise, so I'm going to change this to Shopwise. Project name is Shopwise. Environment is dev. Project directory, right? My project directory name is called Shopwise App Infrastructure. Let me just right here. Rename.
Shopwise is not right. The spelling for the Shopwise in the project name.
Where? In the project name where?
In the environment.
The environment, the second line, third line on the environment or second line.
Number 5, 6.
You just misspelled Shopwise with.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm going to. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, project name. Thank you, guys. Told you guys I was a bad speller. They're saying Shopwise. Thank you. So Shopwise, then project directory name. I'm just going to copy this and paste it there, right? So pointing to it. The only other thing I don't know is because since I don't know if I can have multiple VPC with the same CIDR block. So let me just ask ChatGPT to help me create new CIDR block that don't overlap with this. So that we are not using the same CIDR block. So yeah, I like using Claude. Claude is much better. I just paste that there. I want to create another VPC. Wait, sentence that does not overlap with this. Okay, here's a non-overlapping VPC CIDR. Okay, cool. So let's do it like this. So for my VPC CIDR for this one, so it's actually giving me the whole thing, so I can just do this. And I just need to do is tap that. That's why I like Claude. Whatever you give it, it'll give it back to you in the same format. No problem. So now I've changed my VPC CIDR because I don't want it to overlap with the first one that I already currently have deployed, right? So that's what you are seeing here, right? I can still use the same secret because it's the same. We can use the same secret, right? Right. This will be in a different VPC. So I can still use the same setting for the RDS, right? The EC2 is going to be in the same VPC, so I can still use the same AMI. The only difference is like the script I'm trying to migrate into my data. Okay, now I think I'm done with this. Let me, I don't know why they need to do better with this Zoom thing that's always in the way. So with the script that I'm trying to migrate, remember, this is the script for the nest. So I need to go and get the URI for my 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 shopwise script. So I'll go to my S3 bucket. See, this is where my application code is. Shopwise is here. I'll select the script here, copy the URI, and paste it here. Some. Right. My domain name, right? I can't use the same domain name because I'm already using that for the first one. So here, I'm just going to open a new tab. Route 53. Like I said, if you guys, anybody wants a domain name, let me know. In my Route 53, let me just make sure there isn't an issue with my domain. So how about this domain? No issue. Cool. So go to my dashboard, hosted zone. I've already used that one, so I'm going to use this one. Right? So domain name, I'm going to copy that. And paste it here. And also paste it here. All right. Target type is going to be instance. Index.php is the same thing. Operation email, I can send it to the same email. Record name is the same. My web file, right? My web file URI. So come here, come back to my assignment. My web file is shopwise.zip. I'll copy the URI. Yeah, paste it here. So let's don't turn it on. Service provider file, right? Service provider file is in my S3, right? I come back here, service provider file, right here. Copy it and paste it here. And my application code file name will be shopwise. Shopwise. So this is what we have here. Shopwise, this. Just in case if you guys are wondering, shopwise. That is what we have here. Paste. Yep. And that's pretty much it. So now I'm going to save. Module, everything looks right. Right. So you can see. So now I'm going to right click in here. So I'm going to right click in here, open an integrated terminal, and run Terraform. And just Terraform init. Right. Terraform apply. Going to type yes. It's now creating my infrastructure, right? Once my infrastructure is done, I should be able to access the Shopwise application, right? And you guys can see, I didn't copy any EC2 S3 autoscaling group code again to deploy the Shopwise. Basically, I just did it one at a time, but basically all I did is I copied this directory again, and I just modify the values in it to fit the Shopwise. Because in your main.tf file, right, the project name is different, the project directory is different, the files you are downloading to deploy, to migrate your data, right? And to deploy your website, they are pointing to different files. And I can show you guys. So this is the main for the Shopwise. Let me just, because I can't close this. This is the main for the Shopwise. And this is the main. This is the main for the Nest. Look at them side by side. The module name, Shopwise, Nest. We are pointing to the same module. You can see they are pointing to the same module. Region, project name is different. Project directory is different. VPC slider is different. Some of these values they share because it's the same configuration. The S3 to migrate the script is different. The domain name is different. The web files we are trying to deploy is different. So does that make sense now, guys? Does Mr. Abel, is this clear or is it still confusing?
It makes a lot of sense, basically. So I naturally had a question on an interview based on this, and I couldn't clarify this part and didn't move forward with it. So basically, you create a module file, a module, a module directory, and if you want to, and with a variable file inside the module directory that can take one step backwards to collect, to point all your changed variables in it. But I think the point where they wanted to know was what was in that directory of the project that I'm trying to provision, and which you just clarified, which is the provider.tf, main.tf, and backend.tf, and what encompasses inside all those three files of those TF files that needs to be changed. So we can basically use the module to replicate different projects over and over again, which is a perfect example you just showed. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can you ask the question, please?
Sir?
Can I ask a question that is not clear to me? Some portion is clear now with the question I had wanted to ask is, since the module looks like a template.
Exactly.
And the project is, the application is dynamic and the operation is dynamic.
Correct.
The area that wasn't clear, one of it is cleared now, which is the CIDR, which you have just cleared. Those are the things that I wanted to check, that how do we change the CIDR. But security group and other that will need change of IP addresses. How was that addressed?
Because the security groups in the module, right, is using. So if we look in the module, right, and there's the security groups file. Let me close this. I didn't even save this providers.tf file. I hope this my backend didn't. Oh. So let's just see. Hopefully this thing didn't. Oh yeah. I think I messed up. So you guys can see here, right? I didn't save I forgot to save my file. So you see, it's still pointing to my, oh, well, I'll fix it. once this is done, okay, I know it's gonna fail because it's still, I didn't save my files when I updated it, so it's still pointing to my Nest app here, you guys can see. So I'm just going to, let's do this. Terraform. Terraform. Apply. That's my bad. I think I need to just enable autosave. So that way I'm not going to be. So now you can see it's pointing to the right thing. Let me just make sure my Nest one is not messed up because I was deploying to it from a different one. So can open another terminal and Terraform init Terraform. Bye. Okay, so yeah, it was going to pretty much replace this thing. That's what I want. So I'm going to type yes. Okay. So I just wait. Oh, for that one, I might probably just have to like destroy it and just do it over again. But I'll see what it creates, right? So, Mr. Emmanuel, right? So here in this is our security groups file. You can see here, there is nothing that we had coded in here. The application needs to have, we want to SSH into it on port 22, right? So that's this here. For the application load balancer security group, we are opening port 80 and port 443 from anywhere on the internet. So that is the same for both applications. For the application server, we are opening port 22, port 80, and port 443 from the application load balancer security group and EC2 instance connect endpoint security group. So basically, whatever module is creating the VPC, the configuration will still be specific to the VPC that is being created. It won't interfere with the other one. Does that make sense? So there's nothing in here that is hard-coded, or the way the security groups are set up here is the same way it should be set up for both applications. So the security groups is dynamic, right? There's nothing here that will interfere. When both models call this, they would create the security group. But you can see for the security group name, we are creating it by environment project name. So that means if the next one call the security group to create it, it will be dev nest EIC security group. And if the shopwise one calls it, it will be dev shopwise EIC security group. Does that make sense? Like that really is very dynamic. There's nothing in here. And all the values that are here, that's the rules we want to open for both of them. Yes, sir.
So can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I think some of the major changes that we can see from when reusing a module is the project name. That's one. We talked about how to migrate, to the script. And the other thing I found out that I saw there is the auto-scaling group. and the domain name. These are some of the things I saw that are kind of different from the initial one that we did. I don't know if I'm correct.
Yeah. So the main thing you guys just need to understand is we are using the same module, right? Are using the same module to create two different infrastructures, right? In your main.tf file, you will just have the specific for the infrastructure you are trying to create, right? So, and the most important thing is the project name to pretty much when we are tagging and naming things to tag the resources by their project name. But the most important thing is the files we are deploying, which is the script to migrate the data and the web files we are trying to deploy. Since they are different for both applications, it will be different here. Right. So that's the main thing. But the thing is here, I can minimize. Nest app infrastructure, shopwise infrastructure, both calling this module. It's only because I messed up and I didn't save my file. So now this might still take some time to, but once this is done, so let me see if the shopwise one is done. So that one too is still creating. So we'll see once it's done. On YouTube, do you guys understand? Does it make sense? Once this is deployed, we are done. So, and next week we will cover so what I need to do is I just need to run Terraform destroy and redo everything. I'll run Terraform destroy, then I'll reapply it again just to clean everything up. So I need to go to, that was completed by SNS. That would have been from the projects that I've done before. So which SNS? I have 5 topics here. Okay, I don't have any, probably deleted it. All right. Probably have to do the same thing for this one, but I'll just wait for this one to finish, then I'll. Okay. Do you guys have any other question? Is this still confusing? On YouTube, is this still confusing for you guys, the whole Terraform module thing? The first time you work on it, it should be like that. It's always like that, but trust me, once you start building things with Terraform module, it'll make a lot of sense. Because it's probably because this is the first time I'm introducing it. That's why it feels like that.
Azeez,
Yes, sir.
please, which app were you using for the drawing inside this VS Code?
That's just Zoom.
Zoom?
Yeah. Yes,
Oh,
that's Zoom.
so you can do drawing in Zoom?
Yes, sir. Let me just destroy this one too. Because I didn't save my file, so the state file are kind of like interfering with each other. So I'm just gonna clean everything up. Then I'll reapply again. You guys will see that it will work. Okay, so I deleted this one. I'm just going to close that. Let me delete this one too. Once this is done, we'll try again. Yeah, so that's Zoom. Zoom has like this drawing board thing that you can use to draw stuff on the screen.
Under where can you find it? Under setting?
Annotate.
Okay.
I'm paying for Zoom. I don't know, maybe they have it on the free one, but
Ah,
but I have the paid version, so it's there. It's annotated. So it's the same way. It's the same place you see where you share your screen. It's like two buttons down from that to the right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so this is almost done. Let me finish destroying it, then I'll run it again. So I can probably start applying this one. So this is the shopwise one. A backend. Shopwise. Okay. I don't know if this is going to complain that I'm using the same email, so let me just try a different email.
You didn't spell the email correctly.
I didn't spell it correctly. Maybe it's like it's correct. Oh no, that's how this is how I spell. This is my, because I think that wasn't available, so I just spelled it Azeez. So this is my email. Yeah, it's spelled with I. So I'm just going to Terraform init. This is for the Shopwise application and Terraform apply. I think before I was deploying into the wrong thing. That was because my, yes. So let me check the next one. If that one is done, that one is still going. So once that one is once that one is done, I'll apply there. Okay. The next is done. So I'm going to go in the next one. Open integrated terminal. Terraform init. Terraform apply. Yes. So you can see this is next up. And this is Shopwise. Okay. So we just need to wait. And once this is done, then we are done, I promise. I think this was expecting us to be done a little bit earlier today, since we only had that small part of the thing to do. Just give it a second. Shopwise. Okay. Do you guys have any other question on this project? Any other project?
Francis, a question, please.
Yeah, sure.
If we are to add CloudWatch to this for monitoring and observability, do I still go about the same process as you mentioned using Terraform? Just go to the documentation, or what is there any difference, or
No, yeah, it's
how
the
will I go
same
about
way.
it?
It's the same way. Just um, you can add CloudWatch. So you can add um you can add the CloudWatch resource, but then you have to kind of like connect it to what you are trying to monitor, right? So because some of these
Yeah,
resources, when you create them, you can enable CloudWatch within them, then it will send logs to CloudWatch, right?
correct,
So like for
correct.
the RDS, for example, let's say you want to collect the RDS logs, you would have to just go and modify the RDS code to include the log part in it. You understand? Then I will just handle that
Mm-hmm.
CloudWatch part for you. So it depends. I mean, it's the same
So if
process.
I'm yeah, yeah, it's same, okay.
It's the same
Yeah,
process,
I
but
was just concerned about it. If I'm to monitor, let's say
but
three EC2 instances or four.
so that
So yeah,
that you would do with your auto scaling group. So instead of you
yeah,
creating
correct.
CloudWatch, right? So you would just create a policy for your auto scaling group. Then the policy is what will create the CloudWatch, the CloudWatch, the CloudWatch alarm that monitors it.
Okay,
You
thank you.
understand? So yeah, so you wouldn't go to CloudWatch specifically to create a CloudWatch. You would create it within that resource, and it would create the right CloudWatch alarm for you. So let's say you're trying to monitor the CPU utilization for like your
Mhm.
web servers and stuff like that, you would do that in
Yeah,
auto scaling group. And you do that by creating a scaling policy. I have a video on that. I can send you that video. Just remind me on Slack. I'll send you the video. It's been a while since I created. It's just I just don't add
thank
it
you.
now because even if we add it, there's no way we can test it because nobody is accessing our site. So you won't be able to see that go into effect. You will see it if the CPU utilization is lower than 30. Because since nobody is using our site, it would be lower than 30, and you will see it remove the server. But you won't see it for if the CPU utilization is higher than 70. You won't see that part. Because people will have to be using your site for you to see that one.
Mm. All right. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I will remind you on Slack about the
Okay,
video.
sure. So yeah, so that's just the scaling policy for your auto scaling group. Do that. Just waiting for this to be created, and we should be able to access both applications. So it's creating the auto scaling group now for the Shopwise application. Okay, so you can see it's done. I only run into that issue the first time because I didn't save my file, so I was deploying to the wrong thing. So what's that? So it's what I use, cloudlabspro.com. So if I copy that, paste. But I did too. It's still loading. Let's see. There you go. So you guys can see this is the Shopwise one. All right. Let's once this Other one is done. The next one. Okay. Oh, okay. So I guess I can have the same. All right. So yeah, let me see. For the RDS, what is the instance identifier name? Oh, okay. So uh, so it's complaining about this because I can have the same RDS with the same name. So I'm just gonna call this nest. So you guys take note of this. That is kind of odd that is saying that even though I'm creating them in a separate VPC, it is still complaining that I can have the same instance identifier name. So for the RDS, for this one. Okay, yeah, John, I'll check my email. I mean, I haven't checked it all break. And Oben, on Slack, you sent me a message on Slack. I'll check. I checked all my Slack messages today and I responded. I'm not sure what your username is on Slack.
Mr. Aziz, I
Yes.
recently sent you a message to on Slack about difficulty in accessing the dashboard, and you promised that you're gonna get back to me.
Okay, yeah, I would. Oh, Toby. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, I did respond to you. So yeah, if you're not seeing your thing,
Yep.
it's because your subscription has expired. So, but I'll check. I'll check for you just to confirm. The
Okay.
same thing, Toby too. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. So Toby, why are you joining? Why are you watching on YouTube? Why don't you just join the Zoom? Is it because you're on the road? You're just watching? Yeah, so we're pretty much done, guys. Let's just once this is done, I just want to show you that part. And
But sorry, if the subscription has expires, do we need to extend it or
yeah,
rerun it, you know?
yeah, you just have to just re-enroll. But I'll check it for you and I'll just message you privately. But
Okay.
typically once it's done, you just re-enroll. That's it. But
Okay.
I'll
I'll
message.
wait that anyway.
Okay, what's your name on Slack? So I know.
Ade.
Ade.
Yep.
Okay. His name Ade was uh
Just
is there
Ade. Ade.
Eddie?
Yep.
Is there like a different Ade in because I guess I thought you were someone else.
No, because you recently replied me, and I think
I
was last
did,
week.
I
Yeah.
did, I
Yeah.
did, but there's also another Adewale there, so I thought I thought you were the same person.
No, no, no. I wasn't. It wasn't.
Oh, okay, oh, okay, all right,
No.
okay, cool.
But in this project, how do we debug? If there's an issue, how do we debug the issue?
It depends on what the issue is. You're talking about with the Terraform project or just in general?
In general?
Yeah, it just depends on what the issue is. The issue can be anything. So typically how you debug is whatever you are trying to create, if there's an issue with it, you start from there. If if it has logs, like for example, when I was debugging, I checked my application load balancer for the EC2 because that's what is routing traffic to it. I checked the target group. Then certain things you are trying to create it will be straightforward what to debug. So it just depends. I can't really like give you like a specific example, but it depends on if it's like an EC2, like we can access our site, then we can, so I SSH into the EC2 instance, check if my web file is there, check my target group. It just depends.
Thank you.
Yes, then needs to hurry up. It's still creating the database. Please bear with me, guys. Next. But you guys can see that just the fact that I deployed the Shopwise, and you guys can see it is on a different domain name, and it is deployed from Terraform. Is also showing you that, yeah, so that's how the module works. Like you can pretty much use one module to deploy in multiple places. And you can see here, all I have is in this module are just this main.tf file and main.tf file. And with it, I can use this same code. Both of them are using this code. And the good thing about this code is because when we create this code, we didn't hard code anything in it. So that's why our site can use it, different infrastructure can use it dynamically. Like let's say we had coded something in it, right? Then it would be hard to, the hard coding part would affect different infrastructures using it, which is why when you see them run Terraform module, they don't always hard code anything in it, which is why Terraform module always have different, a lot of variables in it. Because anything you can use as variable, you use it as variable. So that way not to hard code anything into it. So that is done. So let me open another browser. And that is obviously the same thing is happening again with I probably just need to wait a little bit for everything to register, then this will come up. Even beyond that, if we go into our console and see the infrastructure that was created, you will see different infrastructure there. Right. So if I go here, VPC, you can see the only thing is like I didn't my dev VPC, I'm calling it dev VPC, which is why the issue. So what I could have probably done with the VPC is put like the project name there, so that way there will just be different VPC. But if you look at it, their CIDR block, you see that their CIDR block is different. So that's what makes them different. If I go in the RDS, things that should have two, you can see we have two RDS, the one for the Nest and the one for the Shopwise. So you can see even in deploying this, I'm seeing things that I could also tweak to make them specific. So here in the naming, I could make it with the project name environment, so that way it would always be named that, so that way we don't just have the same name hard coded. But that's that. Let me refresh this again. There you go. So you can see, put it side by side. Why is it acting up now? Normally I used to be able to. Let's take this one. Shopwise. There we go. So you can see both sides. Shopwise is here, and the nest is here. So that's pretty much it, guys. Yeah, I'm sorry we went a little bit over today. So that's the kind of like the intro to Terraform module. We'll work on it next week. In the beginning, it's a little bit confusing, but the more you work with it, you understand it. I think it's just going to take practice, but it's very straightforward. And I just showed you guys how straightforward it is. Anyway, I'll free you guys for today. Thank you so much. And I'll see you guys next week.
Azeez,
Yes, sir.
please, can I show you something very quick? Please.
Yeah, sure.
Let me share
All
my
right.
screen very quick.
All right.
Aziz, thank you once again. We appreciate your effort.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Sorry that I kept you guys
It was worth it. Thank you so much.
late. No problem. I shouldn't have probably introduced the Terraform module one. I should probably just have waited till next week. So
That's
anyway,
fine.
thank you. Thank you, guys. Julia, thank you. I'm surprised you're still here. So I hope the little that I explained with the Terraform module, I hope it wasn't confusing and you understand it, Juliet. And John said he understands it a little bit. So Julia, was it confusing or is it something you understand? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You're welcome, sir, man.
Can you
Thank
see
you.
my,
Really appreciate your effort.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. All
can you
right.
see
So
my
you
screen?
guys don't have to wait around because I'm just helping him troubleshoot. If you guys want to drop, you guys can drop. Yes, I can see your screen.
I already terminated some of the thing because of cost. So, but when I run this file, it's telling me that the file does not exist. This auth underscore config underscore file name. So I don't know why. The path AWS. And
Where
this is
are you running it from?
I was running it from this deployment EKS deployment.ps1.
All right. Yeah.
All other one
Probably
ran successfully. All the other one that I ran previously before this one, they went through. So it's only, let me see, it's only, let me see, not this one.
but we're not
Yeah, it's only this one that is I think it's all other one this.
which one are you trying to run that says is not? So that's the thing, you can't run that patch file. You're not going to be able to run it.
Which one?
The one you said you were trying to run.
I ran this. I ran the other ones at the top. All this, I ran them.
Right.
I
Yeah.
was
The
just
patch
trying
file,
to.
you're not going to be able to run the patch file. Remember, I just included it there. Remember I sent video?
No, I didn't run it. But it's telling me that I ran this. I think I ran this. But it was telling me that okay. Kubernetes apply -f hot config file name.
That's what I'm saying. You
So I
can't.
cannot run it.
No, because what I was saying is that that file is just to give different users access to the Kubernetes cluster. So if the IAM user you are using now to run the command, it doesn't have access to the cluster, because the only user that has access to the cluster is the user that you use to create the cluster. So now if this user that is running your CLI command is trying to run it, it's not going to work. So, but that is fine. You don't have to use it. So in the video, you will see I said for that one, just go in your EKS cluster and add the user yourself.
Yeah, I did add the user.
Yeah. So once you add the user there, you can ignore the file. But the command was just there to show you if you are trying to add the user from that file, that is how you do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the rest, I'm not supposed to run this once
Which one?
from
So you run
from
everything else. You run everything else except for that one.
except I've run all the top ones, but
Yeah.
starting from here down.
Yeah. So, but before you run those ones, right? Make
Yeah.
sure you say you've already added the user. So yeah, you can
Yeah,
run. You
I
can run
did.
it.
I did add the user already. So it's only this one that was failing. I had the user here.
So yeah, so you won't be able to run it from that file, but it's fine. You don't have to. You only need to run your deployment and your deployment secret and service, and you should be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is just initially I wanted to run it, but I included it there just to show you guys that if you are trying to add it that way, that's how you do it, but you don't need to run it. It's
Okay.
fine. Yeah, you can run your deployment, your service, and your service provider and your secret provider and service file, and you should
Okay.
be good.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
All right, so thank you. All right, bye. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Yeah, Jamie, Jane, is that how you say your name? Jane? Jane, right? I'm sorry. I know today took long and it wasn't supposed to. We actually got done on time. And I tried to introduce that Terraform magic stuff, then that just ended up taking another 2 hours. So I should have just left that one till next week. But anyways, thank you guys. Okay. Yeah. Sorry it was confusing, Juliet. I'm sure you should, once you rewatch it, and again, don't stress about it too much. Next week, when we start working on Terraform module, a lot of it will make sense. All right. Thank you guys. Have a good weekend. I'll see you guys next week. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, everyone. Bye. All right. You're welcome, Juliet. Bye. Have a good weekend and have a good night.